On a hot and steamy Saturday night, just off the Strip in Las Vegas, Nevada, there stands a fortress ready to once again welcome the best in all of hockey through its doors. But despite the hot temperatures and the great sense of anticipation inside the building, is Vegas being put on a hurricane warning tonight as the Carolina Hurricanes come to Vegas to take on the Golden Knights in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. It has been a historic start to this Stanley Cup Final. It's been exhilarating. It has been a seesaw affair. Now, Game 3 set to go with Carolina and Vegas as the series shifts to Nevada. And hello, one and all, I'm Matthew Owens. Welcome to Vegas. Thanks for having us in for Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. What an incredible start to this final series. For the first time in Stanley Cup Final history, both of the first two games have been won by a team that was trailing by multiple goals in the game in which they won. That had never happened before in the history of the Stanley Cup Final that dates back well over a century. So Carolina riding high on momentum following their thrilling home win in Game 2, which they trailed 2-0, then scored 3 unanswered, only to have Mark Stone force overtime late, and then in overtime, Carolina got exactly what they needed, exactly what Hurricane fans have been asking for so much of these playoffs. A power play goal and a goal by their top line. Seth Jarvis on the power play, scoring in overtime to win Game 2, and now we arrive in what becomes a best-of-5 series, 1-1 through 2. Who has the advantage? Not so much of an advantage to this point after a pair of one-goal wins, one by the Golden Knights, one by the Hurricanes. Now, some very important business right off the top. Everyone has seen in the 48 hours since Game 2, Brayden McNabb, the very important Vegas defenseman, taking an 87-mile-per-hour shot right to the face. He was taken to the hospital locally in Raleigh for further evaluation. Not only does he seem to be okay, he is going to play tonight for John Tortorella's Vegas Golden Knights. What an enormous emotional lift that should give this Vegas team. So at home, the Golden Knights inside the Fortress, which of course is so extremely difficult for away teams to come in and get wins in. Will it be for Carolina? They've won their last 6 road games. And of course, it's a team that plays extremely well on the road through the way they play and the way Rod Brind'Amour wants this Hurricane team to go about themselves. We'll see if on the road they can once again score a victory. As ever, pregame at the Fortress includes a lot of the pomp and the circumstance that is going on the ice right now at T-Mobile Arena to get the fans ready for Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Hurricanes and the Golden Knights. We have a woman in the air. And we have men in Golden Knight outfits being taken into the air now, banging drums. This is what hockey is in Vegas. High-scoring start to this series, as we have discussed. A 5-4 win for the Golden Knights in Game 1, a 4-3 overtime win for Carolina. A lot of people came into this series knowing that all of the games would be tight, and they certainly have been, but a lot of people thought that they would be low-scoring games. That most certainly has not been the case. The save percentage for the two goaltenders so far through 2 games has not exactly been through the roof. Carter Hart's save percentage is at .855. Frederik Andersen's is at .837. Both of their goals against is up over .390. So we'll see if the goaltenders can make a bigger impact here tonight, as both teams are set to emerge from the tunnel and out onto the ice at T-Mobile Arena for Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. A swing game in this series. The series lead is on the line, and by the end of the night, one of these teams will come to the realization that they are only 2 wins away from lifting perhaps the hardest trophy in all of sports to win. The Hurricanes take the ice, as well do the Golden Knights. Of course, another big story from the aftermath of Game 2 was the decision of John Tortorella to challenge the goalie interference call that was made on what may or may not have been a go-ahead goal for Vegas in the final minutes of the third period. That, of course, sent Carolina to the power play, which they scored on to take a 3-2 lead, which they eventually gave up on the Mark Stone goal. But that's been a lot of the conversation in the 48 hours or so since Game 2 came to an end on Thursday night. Third time in 9 years that T-Mobile Arena, otherwise known as the Fortress in Vegas, is seeing action in a Stanley Cup Final. Of course, they had home ice advantage in 2018 against Washington. That's the series that they lost. And they did clinch the cup on their home ice just 3 seasons ago against Florida. Both teams out on the ice and about to take their spots on the blue lines as we get opening ceremonies underway prior to Game 3. Tremendous atmosphere, as it always is in Vegas.
3 of the 2026 Stanley Cup Final, featuring the Carolina Hurricanes and your Vegas Golden Knights. Now let's meet the teams. First, the visiting Carolina Hurricanes. Head coach, Rod Brindamore. On defense, in his 6th season, number 19, DeAndre Miller. On defense in his 8th season, number 26, Sean Walker. At forward in his 9th season, number 50, Eric Robertson. At forward in his 10th season, number 28, William Carrier. At forward in his 10th season, number 77, Mark Jankowski. In goal in his 13th season, number 31, Frederick Anderson. And now, your Vegas Golden Knights. Head coach, John Tortorella. At forward, for the national anthem, signed tonight by Vegas resident and deaf performer with PXB, Audrey Adiola, and performed by Golden Pipes, Carnell Johnson.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Audrey Adiola and Carnell Johnson.
So the scene is set for Game 3, a swing Game 3 of this Stanley Cup Final from the Fortress in Las Vegas. Well, it's just about fully set.
Siren sounder, Fernando Mendoza, Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, national champion with Indiana, #1 overall pick of the Las Vegas Raiders. And as you...
So the future Raiders quarterback, Fernando Mendoza, sounds the siren. And now we get ready for hockey. Frederick Anderson, the Great Dane, in net for Carolina. 13-2 in this postseason. Goals against of 172. Save percentage of .917 in this series. A save percentage of .837. For Carter Hart in the postseason, a 13-5 mark. His goals against of .241. But in the series, it is .390. And a save percentage of .855 for Hart so far in this Stanley Cup Final. Nick Dowd will face off at dead center with Mark Jankowski, who scored one of the big goals in the third period on Thursday. Linesman Wes McCauley will drop the puck, and it's time to drop the puck on Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Golden Knights control the opening face-off. Puck stirred into the Carolina zone. Freddie Anderson moves it from behind the net. Nick Dowd at the line, right point, got tied up, and Carolina forces it out. Shea Theodore will loop it back in, cross corner to the right of Anderson. Keandre Miller gets tied up. Jankowski on the puck, swirled around the far wall out to center. Eric Robinson between the benches stops and tries to drop it off. He does, to be brought back forward by the former Golden Knight, William Carrier. Taken off his stick, comes near wall. Braden McNabb starting on the ice tonight for Vegas. Gets it into the Carolina zone of the Hurricanes. Will shoot it out to center. Inside the near red line, the overtime hero from Thursday night, Seth Jarvis, gets it in deep. Jordan Stahl below the goal line, 2 goals in the series. Around to the near corner, now up high, Jalen Chatfield. Half wall Ehlers, a return for Chatfield, intercepted by Mitch Marner. And Marner's over the line, and back the other way are the Golden Knights. A drop at the left point, William Karlsson in deep. Back for Marner from the left circle, a centering pass. Karlsson tried to backhand one towards the net. Hurricanes are on it, and Seth Jarvis out to center. He'll pitch it in from the near red line to the left of Carter Hart. Big hit supplied by Jordan Stahl on the corner boards. Vegas clears it up and down for icing, which yields us our first whistle, 1 minute 22 seconds in. So again, Braden McNabb starting the night on the ice after taking that puck to the face, a shot at 87 miles an hour, square to the face. Obviously did not return, went to the hospital. He has got a nose with a lot of different colors on it than it should tonight, but he is playing. Carolina wins an O-zone draw, but off a Vegas stick, it's out to center. Sean Walker tried to dump it back in. That got deflected back to him, so he'll carry in over the line of the slot. A shot body down by Hart, the rebound. Reached by Svechnikov, gave it back to the left point. Shot through traffic off the right pad of Hart. In back of the goal, Svechnikov, who only has one shot on goal in this series. Played back to the line, and the Golden Knights are on it to get it out. Ivan Barbashev could not gain entry over the line. Sebastian Aho squeezes down the right wing wall and puts it in deep around the far boards and out by Vegas's Dylan Coughlin. And the Golden Knights will try to get possession of a bouncing puck through center, but Gostisbehere took it away over the line. He feeds Logan Stankoven. Stankoven turns on the far half wall, bats it in deep. Jackson Blake, return to the left circle for Hall. Off his skate, Coughlin runs into him, frees up the puck for Jack Eichel, who is yet to score a goal through 2 games of this series. Pavel Dorofeyev rakes it out. Alexander Nikishin, the rookie defenseman for Carolina, starts it out to center. Off a Vegas stick, it's back to Stankoven near red line. Tries to cross over the Vegas line. It gets deflected. Taylor Hall could not handle it. It's Stankoven. Pitch back to the right point. Gostisbehere shoots a headhunter high over the top of Hart. A lost stick on the far half wall. The puck hits it. Pavel Dorofeyev has a tough time picking up the puck. Golden Knights are out to center. Over the line of the right wing, Shea Theodore drags over the line, feeds the left circle. McNabb towards the net through traffic. It ends up on Anderson, who has it in his glove hand and stops play, with Vegas's first shot on goal of the game coming about 3 minutes in. Freddie Anderson, of course, has been so terrific in this postseason run for Carolina. One of the big question marks for Carolina in the past handful of years where they hadn't been able to make it to this point was their goaltending. Anderson's been so solid in the playoffs, but has been shaky in the first 2 games of this series. Face-off will be to his right. O-zone draw, that will be taken by Carlson and Jankowski. Puck dropped and won to the near corner boards by Jankowski. Jalen Chatfield below the goal line has it for Carolina. He stays there behind the net, watched by Brett Howden, who had 2 goals on Thursday night. Chatfield snaps it out to center. Eric Robinson over the line. He'll fork it in behind the net. First one to it for Vegas is Jeremy Lauzon. Lauzon out to center, intercepted by Jacob Slavin. Taken back away by Howden, who could not gain clean entry, so he'll shoot in to the Carolina zone to our left. Whacked out of the corner. William Carrier to his defensive partner. That's Jalen Chatfield pumping it down, and that will go for icing against the Hurricanes. The loss on Thursday was just the 6th loss for Vegas since hiring John Tortorella. Now 24-2, I guess technically, in Tortorella's tenure, if you want to count that as an overtime loss, as you would in the regular season. Face off to the left of Anderson in the Carolina zone. Out of the far circle, it's Eichel and Jankowski. A clean win for Eichel to the wall. Shot sent towards the net, didn't make it there. It might have hit off of Eichel's skate. He gets to the rebound and then mishandles it. Robinson tried to one-hand it out. He can't, but Chatfield will pitch it out. Jankowski one-hands it into the Vegas zone. Jack Eichel gets to it, and the Golden Knights are up the other way. They attack from our right to our left here in this first period. Eichel feeds it over the line, right wing Barbashev. Return for Eichel, cutting in, had it roll off his stick. Gets it back at the goal line, sends it towards the net from a sharp angle, hit the side of the cage. Sean Walker lifts it up and out. Noah Hannafin paws it down. Eichel turns the corner up the middle, tries a shot that he whiffs on. Hurricanes will get it out to center. Over the line, Jarvis. Left wing to the circle, has to get around McNabb and can't with possession of the puck. Below the goal line, Mark Stone takes it away. Turned over at the line. Sean Walker throws one towards the net. It was going wide, but Carter Hart snaps the leather and makes a glove save on it and gets a whistle. Rod Brindamore, the Jack Adams Award winner in the 2020-2021 season, which was basically just a 2021 season. From Ottawa, Ontario, 8th year as the Hurricane head coach. You know by now that the Hurricanes have won a postseason series every year that he has been the bench boss of the Hurricanes. Face off to the left of Hart. Carolina won it, but it splits the Demon at the line, and Nikishin will have to gallop back all the way to the right of Anderson to grab the puck. He'll slap it out to center. Jackson Blake in front of the penalty box doors. A drop-off back to the Hurricane zone. Stankoven diagonals through center. That pass off a stick, and it lands just to the right of ABC's Ray Ferraro out of the rink. Brind'Amour was pleased with his team, of course, winning Game 2, but he has, on a couple of occasions so far in this series, asked for more from his top unit. Did not have them on the ice to start. Doesn't have them on here either. Golden Knights win a neutral zone face-off at dead center. Theodore from the red line tosses it in, and that takes a funny bounce and goes into the netting behind Anderson and out of play. Plenty of whistles here through the first 4 minutes and change. It will turn into a Golden Knights offensive zone face-off. Far circle to the left of Freddie Anderson. Nick Dowd, a Stanley Cup winner with Washington. That Capital team beating Vegas in the Cup Final in 18. Dowd wins the face-off. Rasmus Anderson down the far wall with a shot fought off by Anderson. Rebound free. Squib to the left of Freddie Anderson. Svechnikov up the far wall. Just gets it out past Cole Smith. Hurricanes look to possess through center. Puck rolls on edge past Svechnikov, however. And the Golden Knights have it. Pushed forward to the line by Noah Hannafin. Went off the stick of Jordan Martinick on the forecheck. Svechnikov creates a takeaway. Aho, high slot, gives it up. Gets it back for a drive. Stopped by Hart. Rebound. Svechnikov, a shot blocked by a diving Noah Hannafin. Rebound to the left point. Aho sends it around towards the near wall, pinching in Chatfield on a cycle, far corner. Puck's into the bottom of the left circle. Aho has it again, far pie slice. Puck is free side of the goal and sent through the blue painted out by Svechnikov. Cut off near half wall, a shot turned on net by Chatfield. Stopped by the left pad of Hart, and the Golden Knights will clear. Hannafin lobs it out to center. Chatfield from the near red line. Glides towards the blue line and then dumps it in. Hurricanes off on a change so Jeremy Lauzon can comfortably collect the puck. Out to center for Tomas Hertl. Gains the far red line and backhands it into the left of Anderson. Hurricanes back on it. Swirled off the near wall and out. Might make it down for icing. Nope. Hit the stick of Lauzon, so he has to play it. Bounces to the right circle and a backhander by William Carrier sent wide of the net. No one knew where it was momentarily. Hertl gets to the rebound and puts it back behind the Vegas net. Lauzon pop flies it out to center. Might have hit Sean Walker's helmet. It drops to the stick of William Carrier. And we get a whistle as it's called a hand pass. And we get our first stoppage of the night. The Fortress is rocking, no doubt about it, as the Golden Knights and the Hurricanes joust for the series lead in the Stanley Cup Final. Game 3 underway. No score to this point of a high-scoring series. So off and running in Game 3, Stanley Cup Final here on USN. Matthew Owens back here with you, and great to have you with us on this Saturday night. Still Saturday evening in Vegas, I suppose, 5:30 local time. Neutral zone face-off, far dot in front of the Carolina bench. Hurricanes control. It's thrown in from short of the red line, but Carolina beats out icing. Puck to the middle, and Jarvis tried to bat it out of the air and could not make contact. And the Golden Knights out to center. Brett Howden will stash it in from the far red line. First to it is Keandre Miller for Carolina up the far wall to the line. Theodore keeps it in from the right circle. Marner shoved it down low. The return for Marner is intercepted by Walker. Started out to center. Nick Ehlers for Carolina. Drags it rink wide. Jarvis over the line. Right circle to the front, and a shot right on. Stopped by Hart. Rebound is tattooed to the far corner and cleared out by Howden. And this puck all the way down to the left of Freddie Anderson. There is no icing. What a chance that was. Started with Ehlers, and then Jarvis putting one towards the net and getting a tip right on from Jordan Stahl. Great stop by Hart. Hurricanes into the Vegas zone, dump it in. Hannafin out of the far corner. Takes a hit as he gets the puck up the far barrier. And here come the VGK out to center. Hannafin tried to shoot it in. It ricochets off a stick and over the short glass on the near side. Lands in row 3, out of play. Stahl has scored a goal in each of the first 2 games of this series. Nearly got another one as his tip right on goal at the top of the blue paint. Denied by Hart. It's a beautiful setup starting with Ehlers and then Jarvis off, of course, of his overtime goal on Thursday night with a great feed to a crashing in Stahl. Aho and Eichel will take this face-off, neutral zone. Near dot towards the Carolina blue line. Hurricanes win it. Chatfield sends it rink wide, and the puck can be snapped out to center. Svechnikov in front of the Vegas bench dropped it off. Now it's thrown in from the near wall by Jordan Martinook. Moved along the boards on the far side by Hart. Turned over to Aho. Left point is Slavin. High to low play Svechnikov to the near corner. Taken by Jordan Martinook in the trapezoid. Reversal in deep. Svechnikov banked it to the right point. Chatfield high to low. Svechnikov has it at the goal line. Back up high. Chatfield had it deflected away from him. Slavin kept it in the zone. Left circle Aho. Tried to sauce it rink wide for Svechnikov. Flagged down and picked off by Ivan Barbashev. Out to center. Glides to the red line and turns it in deep. Then he supplies a big hit to try to force a turnover on the forecheck. Loose out of the corner. Blake up the wall. Golden Knights have it. High slot. Theodore shoots one over the top of the blocker side of Freddie Anderson. Puck on the near wall. Dowd kept it alive. McNabb. Theodore right circle. His shot redirected wide to the left of Anderson. Vegas holding the offensive zone, but now the Hurricanes have the puck. Sped out to center by Logan Stankoven, who chips it in and charges after it below the goal line. Out of the corner on the forecheck, he tries to lift it up the wall, goes out of play, and then after the whistle, pushing and shoving between he and Nick Dowd. Stankoven really the one that started the snowball rolling downhill for Carolina on Thursday night. His terrific individual effort to score the opening goal of that game for Carolina started the momentum swinging, and it turned into one of the wildest Stanley Cup Final games in recent memory. Just over 8 minutes gone, first period, no score. Offensive zone face-off, Carolina to the right of Hart. Puck squirts free to the wall off the face-off, and Pavel Dorofeyev has it. Golden Knights the other way, spread 3 wide. Dorofeyev left circle, his shot rubbed out, got it back at the goal line, tried to toss it towards the net, never made it to Freddie Anderson. From the right point, long wrister misses the net wide. Puck free out of the near corner, it comes to the half wall. Big scrum on the near barrier. 3 Hurricanes are there, 3 Golden Knights are as well. Amidst all of those skates wide of the dot on the left circle, Freddie Anderson stares at it to his right. Rowdy Vegas fans are shaking the glass where this board battle still ensues. The linesman now comes in. He directs the players to move the puck. Finally, they do. Nikishin from the near circle has it. Tried to paddle it up the near wall. He cannot get it out. Hurdle kept it in. Sends it cross corner to the left to Freddie Anderson. Hurricanes get to it, and both teams will complete changes. So here's Carolina now. Out to center, Sean Walker from the near red line. Blast the puck in deep. Moved by Hart behind the net. Nearly had it taken away from him by a crashing in Blake. Puck up the far wall. Golden Knights can't get out with it. Marner taken away by Blake, who was able to pitchfork it below the goal line for Taylor Hall. Taken back and put up the far wall by Rasmus Anderson. Not out. Left point. Shot sent towards the net wide. Walker on the dot right circle. His handoff in deep went high of Jackson Blake. Puck free behind the net. Marner's up with it for Vegas. Cleared ahead for Howden. He'll skate his way out to center. Brett Howden, right wing over the line, cuts to the middle, drops it off. Carlson feeds the front, looking for a tip, none available from Marner. Hurricanes are on it in their D zone. Lifted puck through center, drops it Theodore. He couldn't handle it. Instead, taken by Hall. Over the line, shoveled towards the middle for Stankoven. It bounces off the blade of his stick, and Vegas is the other direction. Barbashev hits the brakes on the left circle. Tried to hand it off for Stone, interrupted by Chatfield, and Carolina possesses. In their D zone, Miller gets it up and out. Loose puck right at the logo, shot back in by Vegas. Anderson leaves it in the trapezoid. And Seth Jarvis will backhand it out to center, and here comes Carolina again. Left wing over the line, a shot on the short side, shielded by Hart, and then it bounced awkwardly off the back wall right back to him, and he had to dive on top of it, which he does to get a whistle with 9 minutes to go in the opening period. First game of this Stanley Cup Final in Vegas. And so far, nothing in the back of the net yet for a series that, to this point, has seen final scores of 5-4 and 4-3. If you are just finding us here on YouTube, the Ultimate Sports Media Network, and you're new to the channel, you like what you see, and more importantly, you like what you hear, be sure to hit the like and subscribe button, press the notification bell to get notified when we go live, as we are chasing the 1,000 subscriber mark here, over 900 now. Plenty of enormous live sporting events on the way. Roland Garros men's final tomorrow. Flavio Caballi and Alexander Zverev. NASCAR at Michigan tomorrow afternoon. Stanley Cup and NBA finals continue throughout the week, next week as well. Face off to the right of Carter Hart. Golden Knights control out of their D zone. Barbashev near wall gets it up and out. No icing, so Freddie Anderson from the trapezoid has to move it. He does. Puck bounces out to center. Hitting the accelerator to get to it for Carolina was Jordan Martinook. Took a hit on the near half wall as he got it in deep for Svechnikov. He got held up behind the net by Rasmus Anderson. Svechnikov back to it out of the far corner. It bounces around. Stone gets it to the line. Walker keeps it in. Feeds the left boards for Martinook. Tossed in deep for Svechnikov. Reverse back up the wall. Keandre Miller could not keep it in. Vegas gets it out this time. Walker slaps at the puck. Taken by Aho through center, right wing. He'll backhand it in as he's outmanned 1-on-4. Punches it in deep, and the Golden Knights are back out. Hurdle through center. Had it reversed back towards the Vegas line. Puck is available in front of the penalty box doors. It squirts back into the Hurricane zone. Carolina controls, and Nikishin dumps it in from the near red line. rims it in, and Cole Smith from the half wall, knocked down by Stahl, but Smith was able to get it out. It bounces between the benches. Smith gets to it again and contacts it in deep. Anderson uses his goalie stick to move it along the near wall to his right. Pop flied out to center. It bounces to the stick of Braden McNabb for Vegas. Forwarded for Colasar, taken away from him at the red line by Jarvis. Floundered back into the Carolina zone. Colasar gets back to it. And the Golden Knights will wait a bit as behind the net, Shea Theodore holds behind the net. Watched by Carrier. Forward feed took a deflection by the stick of Carrier. Still Vegas gets it through center and over the line. Hurdle tosses it in deep around the boards. Comes to the near circle. Played back towards the line through a crowd. Puck in the air. And it gets jabbed back into the Vegas zone. No icing as Dylan Coughlin gets to it. Carrier tried to supply a hit and missed the body. Golden Knights dump it in. This might be icing, and it is, with under 7 minutes to go in the period. So an O-zone draw for Carolina, and perhaps some very winded Golden Knights on the ice here. See if Carolina can win the face-off. It'll be Stankoven against Hurdle, who was the Game 1 hero for the Golden Knights. To the left of Carter Hart. Stankoven does win the draw, comes back to the back. Miller, a shot from the right point, whistles wide to the left of Carter Hart. Placed back behind the net. Hall at the side of the cage tried a rat bid but lost the puck. Dorofeev gets it out to center. This will allow the Golden Knights to change. Hurricanes possess. Jackson Blake backpedals into his defensive zone to our left. Only 6 shots on goal combined through the first 13 minutes and change. Stankoven guides it in. Rasmus Anderson behind the net. A reversal from the forechecking Stankoven. Golden Knights out to neutral territory. Marner had it sticked away from him. Puck rolls possessionless in neutral territory. Picked up on a charge by Hannafin. He'll pump it into the Carolina zone. Miller around the boards. Jarvis backhanded up the far wall, not out. Thrown towards the net with Marner in front. Could not be directed on goal. Comes back to Marner in the right circle, and he whistles a shot wide. From the left point, Hannafin towards the net through a crowd. Didn't make it through the traffic. Jordan Stahl near half wall for Carolina, trying to clear. Can't do it. Carlson held it in. Tried to stash one of the slot. Picked off by Miller, who was able to throw it into the Vegas zone off a skate, so it would not be icing. Braden McNabb for Vegas. Ahead for Shea Theodore. Now Eichel leads it up the left wing for Barbashev, who gets into a shoving match with Chatfield. Puck behind the net and picked up by Carolina's Jacob Slavin. Tosses it all the way down the ice. Icing would have been beat out by Aho, so Hart moves it himself off the end wall for McNabb. Spiraled out to center. A turnover. Aho over the line. Leaves it on the right point, which had been vacated. Golden Knights pitch out. Chatfield pawed it down at the red line, and it's called a hand pass as it came to Svechnikov. And with just over 5 minutes to go in the opening frame, we get another break in the action. No score so far. Carolina with just 4 shots on goal. Vegas with even less, only 2 for the home team. No one's found a rhythm yet. Again, it is worth mentioning that this is the first time in Stanley Cup Final history that the first 2 games of the final has been won by a team that trailed in both of the games by multiple goals. 2 multi-goal comebacks to start this final. Series tied at 1. Jankowski and Dow to face off near dot in neutral territory. Vegas does not have a shot on goal in the last 10 minutes. Dowd kicked out, and Kolesar replaces Dowd rather. Goes up against Jankowski, who had his first goal of the playoffs, third period of game 2. Puck is down finally. Jankowski wins it to the far boards. Jacob Slavin gains to the red line and dumps it in. Hart will trap it behind the net himself. Moved around the near boards, picked off. Jankowski behind the net, sent towards the front. Jankowski was fishing for it, couldn't swing it towards the net. Cole Smith instead out to center with speed to burn. Right wing and over the line, hits the brakes on Jacob Slavin. Pumps it in behind the net. Dowd swept up the near wall, taken away. Jankowski out to center. He feeds it, and Jeremy Lauzon dumps it right back in from the near red line. Slavin a reversal below the goal line for Sean Walker. Walker behind the Carolina net will wait there for a bit. Mitch Marner is the one in front of Freddie Anderson watching Walker with the puck. Walker finally outlets up the right-hand side. Jackson Blake head down, speeding through center up the middle. Drops it in the left circle. A shot by Taylor Hall. Hit a stick. Goes airborne and out of play. Shots on goal are 5-2 Carolina, and again, it's been more than 10 minutes since Vegas had a shot on goal. Face-off will restart play here. As a development on the Carolina bench, Jalen Chatfield has left the bench, and he is back in the Carolina dressing room. As the Hurricanes get an ozone draw from the right of Carter Hart. Stan Coven against Eichel on this face-off out of the far circle. Stan Coven wins it. It's amidst skates. Eichel slapped it back off the end wall. Vegas unable to clear. Pitchfork down the near wall in deep by Hall for Blake in the corner. Back to the perimeter. Spins it to the left circle. Miller whiffed on a shot, then got it back and shot it off a body. It ricochets out to center. Nikishin back for Carolina. Wrapped ahead for Miller in front of the Hurricane bench. Carolina looks to establish a breakout. Nikishin right wing from the red line. Dumped in. Off a skate. It ricocheted to the right of Hart far corner. Braden McNabb is on it for the Golden Knights. He'll wait at his own goal line. Now stretched through center. Eichel had it go off the blade of his stick. Hurricanes take it away. Jarvis up the middle. Drifts left circle. Shoots one. Body down by Hart. Rebound at the top of the crease, and no one in white was there for Carolina. Eichel washes it out to center. Stone from the red line. Hauls the mail and dumps it in deep. Out of the near corner, Walker towards the puck, spilled out. Barbashev comes up to try to grab it. Now it's a board battle. Jordan Stahl gets in the middle of it with Barbashev, with Walker and William Karlsson. Squirts out behind the net. Shane Gostisbehere for Carolina. Tied up by Marner on the forecheck. Towards the front. Karlsson tried to bat it towards the net. Never made it to the cage. Out to center, Carolina. Ehlers knocked down. Got it to Jarvis. Over the line, right wing. Cuts out wide to his right. Applies the brakes and hands it off. Gostisbehere on the half wall. Tried to return it towards the point. Instead, jackknifed it down the near wall. Karlsson a takeaway. Marner from dead center will dump it into the left of Anderson. Hurricanes are there. Marner takes it away, though, behind the net. Spins one out in front. Comes to the slot and a shot. Misses the net high from Colton Sissons. Howden out of the near corner plays it behind the cage. Bounces around to the trapezoid with Freddie Anderson looking over his left shoulder for the puck. Still, it's available far edge of the trapezoid. Gostisbehere spots it, and he just shovels it down ice to clear. It's not down enough for icing, and the Hurricanes get to it. Out of the corner, Aho presses in to try to win a board battle. Shea Theodore takes it away, however, and Sissons bumps it ahead for Dorofeev, who one-hands it past Keandre Miller into the Hurricane zone. Puck is up the glass, and the Golden Knights are stating that it went into the netting, and the whistle does blow, as it has now been nearly 15 minutes since Vegas has put a shot on goal for Freddie Anderson to deal with. Shots on goal are 6-2 in favor of Carolina. And Jarvis creating a scoring chance a moment ago. That Hart might have gotten him in the mask. Oh, it did. So with just over 2 to go here in this first period, face-off will come to the left of Frederick Anderson. O-zone draw for Vegas, who has started to pick up the pressure a bit late in the period. They've owned second period so far of this series as the Golden Knights. Eichel on the face-off with Jankowski, who wins another one. Carolina gets the puck out of the zone. Swirled back up the near wall by Lauzon. Chatfield, who's not only returned to the bench, he's returned to the game, shoots it into the Vegas zone. First to it behind the Golden Knight net is Coughlin. He'll scrape it out to center. That goes all the way down and makes it for icing with $1:53 to go in period one. So a sigh of relief for Hurricane fans and probably Rod Brindamore as well, that Jalen Chatfield is back onto the ice. Face off to the left of Hart. Stan Coven and Eichel will duel again out of the far circle with less than 2 minutes left to play in this opening period. Puck is down and controlled by Carolina. Chatfield steps to the right circle with a shot off a skate. It caroms to the near corner. Eichel sent it up the wall. Barbashev's got it. Stashed out to center for Stone. The return for Barbashev, who is rolling up the left wing. Taken away by Chatfield. Chipped off the near window and out to center. Stankoven over the line. A drop for Blake. Zigging and zagging his way to the right circle. Tried to deposit one in front. Taken away by Stone. Blake on the forecheck trying to keep it alive here. Hanifin forces it up the far wall. It's not out. Still Blake on the forecheck. Golden Knights will clear it out. High looping, bouncing puck to the left of Frederick Anderson. Jacob Slavin comes to get it. Cole Smith presses the issue. Slavin will dive it out to center. Jarvis trying to get on the end of it, cannot. Puck out to center. Dead center, in fact. Cole Smith backhands it in deep to the Carolina zone to our left. Keegan Colasar supplies a hit below the goal line. Puck is to the line and forced out by Carolina. And getting to it up the right wing, Keandre Miller, right circle, in on his backhand. And a shot on the short side, shielded by Carter Hart. And that'll get Vegas fans on their feet inside the final minute of the period. Rasmus Anderson up the far wall, not out. Left circle, a backhander from the bottom of the far circle, sent towards the net by Stahl. Took a very vital deflection and ended up going wide of Carter Hart to his left. Board battle inside the Vegas blue line near wall. Whistle is blown to stop play, and a lot of pushing and shoving still ensues. Nick Dowd is on the ice trying to pick himself up, as Hurricane and Golden Knight players have to be separated with 31 seconds to go here in the opening frame. Keandre Miller, the defenseman, creating that opportunity. Not a full breakaway because he had Noah Hanifin to his inside, so he couldn't cut towards the slot, but still created an opportunity with a backhander in tight on the short side. Meanwhile, we're now being told William Carrier is not on the Carolina bench. The former Golden Knight banged up a bit. O-zone draw Carolina. Carlson versus Aho. Far circle to the left of Hart. Now Aho kicked out. Replaced by Martinuk. Clean win, Carlson. Below the goal line is Theodore. Snapped out to center. It deflects to the near red line. Marner bats it out of the air to the Carolina zone to her left. Anderson leaves it behind the cage. Slavin charges it out. It deflects to the right of Hart. No icing. 15 seconds to go in the period. Golden Knights try to bring it up ice here and create an opportunity late. Marner pushed over the line. Carlson out to the right circle. Tried to thread it back for Marner. It went into a crowd. Marner rims it around the near boards. Out of the corner, Carlson tried to play it off for McNabb, but he's run into by Svechnikov as the horn sounds to end a scoreless opening period. The first time that the opening period of a game in this series has gone scoreless. Defense is smothering here to start game number 3. Only 9 combined shots on goal, 7 from Carolina, 2 from Vegas, and they both came inside the first 5 minutes. The Golden Knights were unable to manage a shot on goal in the final 15 minutes of the period. It's the way Carolina likes to play for sure. Scoreless through one in this swing Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. We'll return with the second period on the other side here. are just about ready for the second period to get underway here in Vegas. Game number 3 of the Stanley Cup Final, and a very defensively dominated opening period. Neither team able to score, and only 2 shots on net for the Golden Knights in the entire first 20 minutes. Matthew Owens back here with you and ready for the second period to get started in this swing game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. At the end of the night, one of these two teams will be within 2 wins from lifting the Stanley Cup. If the rest of the game is going to go like the first period, the first goal is going to be massively important here. Eichel and Aho on the face-off, and the second period is underway. Puck's into the Vegas zone. Carter Hart moves it around the near wall, turned over at the line. Here's Aho across right circle. Svechnikov, a shot fought off by Hart. Rebound up the near wall, and the Golden Knights will get it out to center. Rasmus Andersson flushes it ahead. Ivan Barbashev, a shot stopped. Rebound, free to the far wall. Svechnikov pitches it up and out. So there's a shot on goal for Vegas. They hadn't had one in the last 15 minutes of the period. Here's Stone breaking in up the middle. A shot, it gets through Andersson. They score! The captain, Mark Stone, squeezes it by Andersson. And the Golden Knights, once again, owning the second period. Not even a minute into the period, and Mark Stone starts the scoring. That is the first time that the Golden Knights have had a free rusher to the net tonight, and Mark Stone gets a goal, and that is a soft one given up by Frederik Andersen. And now it looks like Carolina's going to challenge. Rod Brind'Amour going to use a challenge right here on the entry. He believes that the Golden Knights are offside. Now this was big discussion after Game 2, of course. John Tortorella being asked about him challenging the goal that could have put Vegas in front late in the period. He said he would have challenged it 10 times out of 10. Of course, Rod Brind'Amour has talked about so much in the past that they only challenge when they are for sure that they can win it, so to not be shorthanded if they don't get it right. So obviously Rod Brind'Amour and the coaching staff of the Hurricanes believe that they have a case to be made here, and that the entry was offside. Here's the verdict.
19:26, the play was offside, no goal.
Well, and there it is. Clearly, Rod Brind'Amour and the Hurricane coaching staff were pretty confident that it was offside, and they are correct, as the goal is wiped away, and we stay scoreless. A break for the Hurricanes there. So the clock at 19:26 in the period, in a neutral zone face-off controlled by the Hurricanes, and over the line they come with Seth Jarvis on the far half wall. Swirled behind the net towards Nikolai Ehlers, broken up by Dylan Coghlan. Golden Knights will bring it back out. Carlson right up the middle. Over the line, shoots one to the right of Andersson. It came off the end wall, and he paddled it along to Chatfield. Golden Knights attempting to clear up the near wall, or Carolina rather attempting to clear, and Jacob Slavin loops it out to center beyond Seth Jarvis, reached by Hannafin, spun by Carlson far red line. Chatfield intercepted and charged it back in. Here's Vegas starting up ice again with a long stretch feed wide of Andersson to his left, and Andersson will play it himself out to center. Nikolai Ehlers golfs it over the Vegas line, and Blake trying to take it out of the air. He did in tight, couldn't direct it goalward. Now Gostisbehere out of the left circle, sends it up high. High slot Nikishin, a shot, ricocheted side of the goal. Hart searching for it, Below the goal line, free out of the near corner. Low to high play to the left point, Gostisbehere. Back in deep for Taylor Hall. Below the goal line against Dorofeev. Hall puts it up the near wall. It's intercepted by Colton Sissons. Golden Knights attempting to clear. Jackson Blake holds it in. Blake sends it to the slot. Hall is open and is shot off the outstretched glove of Hart. Vegas still cannot clear the zone. Far circle. Hall loses it. Gets it back on the half wall. Backhands it in deep. Theodore didn't take a great route to it. Stankoven takes it away. Dorofeev robs him of the puck. And finally Vegas is able to clear as it's back into the Carolina zone. Dealt forward through center, Stankoven feeds it over the line up the middle to Carrier, who's back in action. He turned it over to Dorofeev, rolled through center, Nikishin loses the handle, bounces to Dorofeev over the line, left circle, his shot off the stick of the rookie defenseman Nikishin. Near circle hurdle, wound it in deep. Behind the net, it's Nick Dowd out of the far corner. Gostisbehere throws him a shoulder down to the perimeter. Wheel around shot from the line is blocked. Carolina clears out. Looked like Carrier wanted an outlet. No one was there up the far flank, so it's intercepted by Dowd. Golden Knights start again. And this puck around the boards into the Carolina zone. Rolled up the near wall by Keandre Miller, intercepted by Dowd, who put it back in the far corner. Hurricanes clear out all the way down to Hart. He'll move it to the near wall. Dowd off the half boards, bolts it out to center. Too far for Cole Smith. Grabbed back by Stahl. Forced away by Colasar. Stahl behind his own net now will leave it in the far corner. Sean Walker yanked it out to center. Over the line, Nikolai Ehlers up the middle. Makes a jump to his left and winds it around the boards. Jarvis could not seal the zone at the line. Colasar pressures it out to center. And it bounces off of sticks to the far red line, and Stahl swirled it back ahead. Colasar intercepted. Grabbed back by Stahl. And puck just ping-ponging around at center. No one really has full possession of it. Finally, the Hurricanes come away with it. Banked off the near boards in neutral territory. Picked off by Noah Hannafin. Blue-to-blue feed could be directed into the Hurricane zone. Slavin below the goal line, far corner. Turnover, Miller. Stone in front of shot. Stopped by Anderson. Rebound. Barbashev scores! Vegas gets the opening goal, and this time they'll keep it! Jack Eichel at the side of the goal finally has his first of the series! Anderson with an initial stop. Carolina could be looking at this for possible goaltender interference. There was contact between Barbashev and Anderson. We'll see. But right now, it's Eichel with the goal to put Vegas in front. And it was Eichel who did poke it in. Barbashev was the one at the side of the goal, but we're going to get another Carolina challenge here. Oh, my goodness. So another challenge by Rod Brindamore and the Hurricanes coaching staff, as Barbashev did collide into Anderson. It was really Barbashev coming in from the left, and his left hip hit Anderson in the side of the head. Anderson ended up losing his goal stick. Eichel pokes it in through the scramble. Here's the announcement. Are we going to get it?
Goal interference.
Well, the crowd.
Oh, my goodness. It's goalie interference, and the opening goal of the game has been wiped off again. Oh, my gosh. Vegas has scored the opening goal twice in Game 3 of this Stanley Cup Final, and they've both been taken off the board. But Barbashev hits Anderson's side of the head there. Play restarts. Neutral zone face-off. Puck rolls into the Carolina zone. Slavin able to blast it around the near boards. And the Hurricanes are Over the Vegas line on the left wing with Aho. Hits the brakes on the circle. Dropped off Svechnikov. A shot just off the right pad of Hart. Golden Knights out to center with their fans in an absolute frenzy here. They can't believe that they've had 2 goals wiped out. Rolled back into the Carolina zone by Brett Howden. Reversed to center by Svechnikov. Flagged down by Chatfield. Turned over and Aho's over the line. Right circle, he's in. He's twisted up by Theodore. And Marner out of the far corner is able to lift it out. Shane Gostisbehere on his horse gets back to it for Carolina. Gostisbehere a diagonal feed through center. Puck is played into the Vegas zone near corner. Shea Theodore elevators it up and out. Rolling on edge. Nikishin will go back to play it. He bobbles it below the goal line. Takes a big hit as he dealt it up the far barrier. Jackson Blake frisbees it out. Theodore comes back to claim for Vegas. Turned it over as he tried to clear it. Gostisbehere at the line took it away. Taylor Hall from the near corner. Behind the net, a hit by Shea Theodore loosens up the puck. Puck at the line. Blake kept it in. Tried to whack it in deep, but it was intercepted by Kolasar. Out to center, Theodore from the near red line. He'll rim it around. Kolasar cuts it off in the far corner. Put it behind the net. Hall gets to it. Off the corner wall, Hall throws it all the way down and out, and it is icing against Carolina here. It'll be an offensive zone face-off for the Golden Knights. This has just been a fever dream 5 minutes of this period. 2 Vegas goals wiped out. Again, Vegas has absolutely dominated in every sense the second periods through the first 2 games of this series. Face off to the left of Anderson. Carolina controls. Yanked out to center. Flagged down by Coughlin. And here comes Vegas from our left to our right. Gold uniforms, pewter numbers, white trim. Dealt in by Coughlin. Around the boards, Eichel. Put it back below the goal line. Nikishin didn't get a lot on his clearance attempt up the wall. Coughlin took it away. He tossed it through the blue paint and out. Ehlers, far wall out to center. Stone grabs it there and tosses it rink wide for Coughlin. In front of the penalty box doors, he'll roll it in. Hurricanes trying to clear out. Stone at the line takes it away. Rink wide, Rasmus Anderson a drive, and that's taken by the glove of Frederick Anderson, who gets a whistle. We'll get a stoppage in play. What a start to this second period. 2 Vegas goals, and both wiped out on heady challenges from Rod Brindamore and the coaching staff of Carolina. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Early second period where the Golden Knights have scored twice, only to have Both goals wiped out on a coach's challenge from Rod Brindamore and the Carolina coaching staff. Face off to the left of Freddie Anderson. Rasmus Anderson shoots one a long wrister from the line straight into the glove of Freddie Anderson. So Vegas with the last 2 shots on goal, both by Rasmus Anderson, both stopped by Frederick Anderson. And another O-zone draw for Vegas. Face off to Anderson's left. Hurricanes control this one. Jacob Slavin able to hoist the puck out. It's pawed down at the red line, grabbed back by Jordan Stahl. Between the benches, he'll dump in. Hart will settle it. Behind the net, Rasmus Anderson gets tied up by a forechecking Nikolai Ehlers. Nearly forced to take away, but Eichel comes to pick up the puck. Behind the net, he'll bank it off the far wall and out to center. Stone could not settle it down. Loose at the red line. Played back for Slavin at the Carolina Blue. Slavin up the left wing side, Ehlers. Pumped over the line, reverse back to him. Now Slavin from the near red. He'll toss it in. Around the wall, and Jeremy Lauzon is the first one to it for Vegas. Shoveled to the near corner. Rasmus Anderson out to center. Into the Carolina zone, Sean Walker, pressurized by Tomas Hertl, grabbed by Keandre Miller. Hertl on the forecheck. Miller up the far wall, can't clear it out. Puck sent back in deep, Colton Sissons. Behind the net. Loses the handle, and Taylor Hall has it. Scrubbed out to center. Far wing and over the line. Tossed in deep by Jackson Blake. First one to it was Theodore. Twirled up the far wall for Sissons, and the Golden Knights get it out. And through center, here's Dorofeev. He's onside over the line of the right wing. Shouldered off the puck, however, by Keandre Miller, who then takes a hit from Sissons. Below the goal line, Walker scrapes it up the far wall. It's not out. Half wall aboard battle as Blake goes down as he tussles with McNabb for the puck. It squirts out rink wide to the left of Freddie Anderson. Theodore and Hall jousting away for it. Comes below the goal line, low to high, back for Theodore again. Theodore cruises and sends it down the slot. No one home for a tip. Blake out of the far corner. Up the wall this time, Carolina gets it out, and Svechnikov has it. Right wing and over the line, Andrei Svechnikov hits the brakes, waiting for support. Hands it off on the right circle, sent towards the net from a sharp angle. Snagged by the glove of Hart off the shot of Aho, and a whistle blows. Nearing the midway point of regulation time, and we are tied. Goalless so far. O-zone draw for the Hurricanes in their road white sweaters, red numbers, red pants, black and white stripe right at their waistline. Face off between Carlson and Aho. Clean win for Carlson. Golden Knights will look to establish a breakout. Hannafin yanks it through center all the way down on Anderson. Nikishin out of the far corner. Winds it around the boards. Marner nearly picked it off, but Carolina muscles it out. Shots on goal are now 9-7 Carolina. Golden Knights had 2 shots on goal in the first period. They have 5 here in the second. That's only 8 minutes and change old as we get another whistle. Puck went off a stick of a Golden Knight in their bench. And Vegas doing what they've done in the middle periods of both of the first 2 games of this series so far, which is creating a lot of scoring chances. And again, they've put 2 in the net, but both have come back and been wiped out on a Rod Brindamore challenge. Noah Hannafin for Vegas has just gone off the Golden Knight bench. He's heading to the dressing room. That's now 3 players tonight that's gone to the dressing room and gone off the bench. Hannafin for Vegas, Carrier and Chatfield for Carolina. Those 2 have since returned. Neutral zone face-off controlled by the Hurricanes. Slavin skates out to the near red line. He'll rim it in around the boards. Below the goal line, Rasmus Anderson. Up the near barrier, gets it out. From the near red line, Mark Jankowski plays it back in deep. Hart will stop it. Leaves it in the right corner. Anderson up the wall, not out. On the forecheck, it's Carrier forcing a takeaway. Knifed off his stick by Dowd. A board battle, pie slice to the right of Hart. Bounces in the air. Slavin tried to paw it down. And that ends up in a hand pass being called against Carolina. High-scoring start to this series, but now we've gone nearly the first half of Game 3 without a goal. Not a goal that stuck, at least. Hurricanes with just 2 shots on goal through the first 9 minutes of this period. Face off, neutral territory, near dot in front of the penalty box doors around the Vegas blue line. Stahl and Eichel. Clean win for Eichel against Stahl, who has been terrific in the face-off dot in this series. Puck sent through center by McNabb. It hit a stick. Puck tumbles back in the Carolina zone. Keandre Miller gets to it. He backhands it up the far wall. It's not out. Vegas holds it in. Eichel in the slot, shoots one and whistles it wide to the right of Freddie Anderson. Jordan Stahl back on it. Space to send it up the middle. Keandre Miller, the defenseman's over the line. Drops it off wayward of his target Ehlers, who backhands one towards the net. Pawed down in front of Carter Hart by Braden McNabb, and the Golden Knights back out to center. Theodore right from the logo bounces it in. Jack Eichel follows it in the near corner. Keandre Miller back to it. Far corner lifted up and out. And the Golden Knights will start again. Up the near wing. Hurdle brushed it into the Carolina zone. Miller behind the net, run into by Dorofeev. Coming to it was Carolina's Nikolai Ehlers to jab it all the way down. And it's on target to Hart, or it would have been icing. Vegas has to play it out. Hurdle through center. Was able to throw it over the line, tossed in to the right of Anderson, who will cover up, and we might have a penalty coming up here against Carolina. Looks like we do.
Carolina penalty, a bench marker penalty, too many men on the ice.
Oh, it was too many Hurricanes on the ice. Well then. Not something that you see happen to the Hurricanes that often, but too many players on the ice going against Carolina, and Vegas will have the first power play chance of Game 3 when we come back. So there were 6 Hurricanes on the ice. That is what leads to the game's first penalty. The Hurricanes will be shorthanded. And Vegas goes to the power play. Andrei Svechnikov will serve this Carolina penalty. Martinook, Stahl, Chatfield, and Slavin will be the penalty killers. Hurdle will take the face-off against Stahl. Far circle to the right of Freddie Anderson. Vegas controls, and a blast by Marner, guided away by the blocker of Anderson. Rebound, far circle, Eichel. They can get set up straight away. Eichel's behind the net. Shovel to the front. Hurdle with shot. He scores! Tomas Hurdle on the power play! And Vegas has the opening goal of the game for a third time! This time they'll keep it. They got set up right away, and Tomas Hurdle right out in front with a perfect feed from Jack Eichel. Anderson could not catch up to it, going side to side, and the opening goal that we've talked about tonight being so important belongs to the Golden Knights. Play restarts. Vegas on the puck in their defensive zone. Shea Theodore will skate it out and feed it up the right wing. Carlson's in behind, and Carlson had a shot that went off of his stick. Oh, and they score! Sean Walker just put it into his own net! Oh my gracious! Wow! I guess Vegas feels like they deserve 2 goals, so they have 2 goals. Carlson whiffed on a shot. Marner got back to it, backhanded it towards the net. It goes off of Sean Walker's stick and in by Anderson. Oh my. 2-0 Golden Knights. What a moment that is. Mitch Marner will get credited for the goal. His first of this Stanley Cup Final, his first ever Stanley Cup Final goal. He was the last Golden Knight to touch it. Puck is back in the Carolina zone. Vegas has completely tilted the ice their way in this second period, as they've done in all the second periods so far. Dowd from the bottom of the right circle, turns and shoots. Anderson fights it off. Puck bounces to the line. From the left point, Jeremy Lauzon in deep. Out of the corner, it's fought out of a pile by Dowd. Kicked away from him by Slavin. So Carolina down multiple goals again. As the Hurricanes look to escape the zone, they do. Golden Knights back on it in neutral territory. Rasmus Anderson flies it in deep. This will be icing as he was short of the red line. Golden Knights have created 9 scoring opportunities in this period. It was a matter of when, not if, that they were going to score in this period. Carlson had a great chance. Puck just went off of his stick, but Marner just instinctively backhanding it towards the net, and it's an own goal off of Sean Walker. Ozone face-off for Carolina. This has been one of the weirdest periods you'll ever see. Coming off one of the weirdest games you'll ever see. Vegas wins the draw. Up the far wall, Jordan Martinook in deep. Svechnikov turns it to the near corner. Aho up the wall. Walker shoots one, rubbed out by Stone. Aho brushed it onto the back. Miller back for Walker. Walks the line. His long wrister through traffic, knocked down by the defense. Between the circles, Vegas gets it out. Puck free in neutral ice. Martinook will wind it right back in. Off the in wall, it dies to the right of Carter Hart. Stone out of the near corner. Deals it ahead. Eichel, right wing over the line. Squeezes down the wall. Miller brushes him off the puck. Svechnikov gets to it. 9-iron to the line. Stone seals the zone. Feeds the slot. It goes through Eichel. Eichel pushes it back around. Miller out of the corner, tied up by Barbashev. From the far half wall, it's available. Svechnikov joins the board battle. Pops out to the left circle, Dorofeev. Winds his way to the perimeter. Pavel Dorofeev shoots off Anderson. Rebound free, and Anderson covers to get a whistle. Hurricanes are 6-0 in these playoffs on the road, but now they face a 2-goal deficit on the road in Vegas. It is, of course, World Cup season. It starts in less than a week now, 5 days away. And we've got an own goal here in hockey tonight. Sean Walker, the unfortunate soul, as it just went off the blade of his stick and in past Frederik Anderson. Face off to the right of Anderson. Hurdle and Stahl on the face-off. Stahl won it. It's amid skates. Chatfield finds it out of the corner. Pitched up the wall, not out. Hurdle outside the left circle. Challenged by Chatfield, who again has the puck and scrapes it up the barrier. This time gets it out. Coughlin will recoil for Vegas. Slapped into the right of Freddie Anderson. Jalen Chatfield gets to it. Swings it corner to corner for Jacob Slavin. Outlet at Ehlers. Left wing over red over blue. Nikolai Ehlers on the half wall. Shot off of Hart. Rebound free. Taken care of by Lausanne. Right point Chatfield a shot. Blocked by Coughlin. From the left point, it's Slavin who tried to send it down the wall for Ehlers. Golden Knights clear out. The other way, here they come. And a slap shot wound up by Sissons off the blocker of Frederick Anderson. Far corner, Jeremy Lausanne behind the net. Through the blue paint and out. He tosses it. From the far wall, Brett Howden sends it into the near corner. Marner can't get to it. Carolina clears. Golden Knights will start again, and space for Marner up the right wing side over the line. Stashed to the slot, trailing McNabb sends one through the blue paint. It took a deflection just wide. Carolina anxiously clears. It's all the way down for icing. The Hurricanes are on their heels here, as the Golden Knights, for a third game in a row, has absolutely owned the second period. Boy, this place would have gone crazy if Braden McNabb would have scored a goal. He delayed as he walked through the slot, sent it towards the crease, just off the back of Brett Howden's stick. Golden Knights win the draw. Marner in the high slot with a wrister into the glove of Frederick Anderson. Anderson and the Hurricanes under siege right now, with just over 6 minutes to go in the second period. Shots on goal are now 14-11 in favor of Vegas. They only had 2 shots on goal the entire first period, and none in the last 15 minutes of it. They've rattled off 12 in this period, and they put 4 past Freddie Anderson. 2 have been wiped out on challenges, but 2 have stuck. Face off to the left of Anderson. Puck is down, and amidst skates, it's up for grabs, and the Hurricanes have it. Scoring chances are way up in this period for Vegas as William Carrier trickles the puck in deep. Hard out of the trapezoid, moves it himself. Near wall for Marner. Tied up by Carrier. Puck back around the far dasher. Sean Walker gets to it on the half wall. Tried to send it in deep. It's broken up and taken away. And Mitch Marner, a breakaway. Marner's right into his forehand. Oh, and he just misses the short side. Maybe off the outside of the goalpost. Carrier rolls it to the line. It's not out. It's in front. Marner again to his backhand. This time he scores! Mitch Marner makes no mistake on the second time of asking. It's 3-0 Vegas. The Golden Knights shredding the Hurricanes apart in this second period, and Mitch Marner with a filthy dangle, forehand, backhand, and right through Frederick Anderson, and the Golden Knights are rolling now. Marner's got his second of the night, and it's 3-0. Face off at dead center to restart play. Hurricanes control. And tossed into the Vegas zone right on Hart, who will move it to his right. Theodore from behind the net whacks it up the wall. Nick Dowd will knock it out to center. Over the line of the left wing with it, Cole Smith. He'll take it in deep. This place buzzing, and so is the home team. Dowd around the far wall. Puck is available on the half boards. Carolina just can't clear the puck right now. Cole Smith walks down the slot with a shot that he misses high. Carolina struggling to clear the puck. Shane Gostisbehere behind the net finally has it. He'll toss it diagonally out to center. Nikishin rolls it ahead. They can't gain entry cleanly over the line. Jarvis now does. Pops it into the left of Hart, who moves it himself. Far wall, it's Nick Dowd. Yanks it out to center. Off a Hurricane stick, batted back to Theodore, and he will ice the puck as it ends up, I think, maybe going out of play as well. He sent it, rocketed it all the way down. Vegas again in the second period has turned on the magic, turned on the juice. And the Hurricanes look like a shell of themselves right now. The VGK are up 3-0. Neutral zone face-off here with 4.5 to go in the second period. 3-0 lead for the Golden Knights. Hurricanes win the face-off. Chatfield sliced it through center. Over the line, Jarvis. Poked away from him by Anderson. Behind the net, Nikolai Ehlers. Takes a hit from Jeremy Lauzon. Puck up the near wall and flipped out by Vegas. Jalen Chatfield will run it down. Forced to play it. He does. And here comes Carolina, who's been outplayed by a large margin here in this second period. Sent back down into the Carolina zone. This time it's icing against Vegas. Both games so far in this series have been won by a team that has trailed by multiple goals at some point in the game. But this tonight feels like a different story. Vegas has just escalated everything here in this middle period. 4 minutes to go in the second. 3-0 lead Vegas. Face off to the left of Carter Hart. Carolina able to win the face-off from the right point. Sent towards the net. Nikisha knocked down in front. Hart fishing for it, and he finds it to the left of the blue paint. Covers up for a whistle. Vegas out shooting Carolina right now 14-13. Ozone draw coming for Carolina. Left of Carter Hart, Stankoven against Carlson on the faceoff. Stankoven wins it. Helped onto the back. Nikishin steps down the far wall, sends it to the side of the goal, and it rolled off of Hall's stick. Carlson rimmed it around the far boards. Golden Knights attempting to clear. Carlson will hoist it out. It's bear-clawed back down by Stankoven, who lifts it in. Hart stops it, puts it behind the net for McNabb. Theodore will dart it out to center, and this is a breakaway chance again. Moving in is Howden, going backhand-forehand, and he's stood up by Anderson. Puck around the near wall out of a scramble. Carolina gets it out. Gostisbehere on the logo, carries over the line, drops it off for Blake. Return for Gostisbehere, down the near wall. Jackson Blake on the circle up high. Nikishin whiffs on a one-timer. Now Mitch Marner's going the other way, open ice. Right wing over the line. Marner winds up a shot. He scores! The hat trick! Mitch Marner having the night of his life! In the Stanley Cup Final, and hats rain down on top of him. What a moment for Mitch Marner. So much has happened in his career to lead to this point in a Stanley Cup Final. And a Game 3 hat trick to put his Vegas Golden Knights up 4-0. And you now have to start wondering, is Rod Brind'Amour thinking about pulling Freddie Anderson? As he has now allowed 6 goals tonight to get behind him. Of course, 2 have not counted, but it is now 4-0, and will Rod Brind'Amour go to his rookie goaltender Brandon Bussey, who has not seen any action in goal so far in these playoffs? I think it's certainly a question worth asking. Play stopped, of course, to pick the hats up off the ice. It is a hat trick for Mitch Marner. And it is 4-0 Golden Knights. A natural hat trick at that for Marner, who has scored 3 goals straight. Of course, the first one he sent towards the net and it went off the stick of Sean Walker and in. But the last 2, a dangalicious goal in front of Freddie Anderson, and then on a breakaway just wound up with a one-timer that he did not miss. All Vegas, 4-0. And running away with Game 3. Marner now with 28 points in this postseason. What an out-of-body experience this has to be for him. My goodness. Still, we wait for play to restart here. They scraped up all the hats that came raining down. And now play will restart. Face-off at dead center. Golden Knights win the face-off. Fitting, they've been winning everything else in this second period. Puck bouncing around in neutral territory, and the Hurricanes get to it. Puck is 9-ironed up into the air. Bounces off of a couple of skates. And here's oh, wow, Dorofeev just took a hard hit as he punched the puck into the Carolina zone. No goaltender change by Rod Brind'Amour either. He stays with Frederik Andersen. Sean Walker just turned it over far corner. It's right out in front, and Dorofeev backhands it wide. Hurdle gets to it out of the far corner. Carolina looks absolutely lost. Puck to the line, and finally the Hurricanes get it out. They've struggled to clear pucks all period long. This one's into the Carolina bench, yielding a whistle with just over 2 to go in the period. Frederik Andersen had only allowed 20 total goals through the first 3 rounds of the postseason. He has allowed 12 in 3 games in the Stanley Cup Final. Vegas, a different monster than what Anderson and the Hurricanes have faced to this point in the postseason, beating Ottawa, Philadelphia, and Montreal, losing only 1 game across the 3 series. Neutral zone face-off controlled by the Hurricanes. Puck thrown into the Vegas zone. Behind the net, Ehlers had it. Lost it on a shove from behind, but he's able to get it to the left point for Gostisbehere, who walks the line, feeds the right circle for a heavy drive by Nikishin that missed the net wide, and it hits off the end wall and goes all the way out. Gostisbehere to recoil, backhands it up the middle, and that's turned over to Vegas, and sent back in deep. Cole Smith behind the net, loses it to Seth Jarvis. Jarvis sauces out to center. Nikolai Ehlers is over the line on the left wing. Looked offside, but they don't blow the whistle. Sat back to the line on a drop. Eichel knifed it away. Golden Knights able to clear, and here's Eichel up the near right wing. Crosses the Carolina blue line and hits the brakes on Chatfield. Puts it in deep for Mark Stone out of the far corner. Stankoven knifes it away from Stone's skates. Stankoven leaves it behind the net. Jacob Slavin, the Olympic gold medalist from this winter in Milan starts it out. Chatfield guides it blue to blue where it could be handled in to the right of Carter Hart. Mark Stone got to it. Stankoven tied him up. Hall up the near wall towards the net by Slavin, and it whistles wide to the right of Hart. Puck free below the goal line. To the left circle, Jackson Blake. To the left point, Jacob Slavin, a one-timer blocked by Stone. Brought back out by Barbashev and floated back into the Carolina zone. Slavin quickly reverses it forward. Jackson Blake loses it. Stone deals it over the line. Right wing, Brett Howden. In tight, to the house he goes. Through the blue paint, he could not stash it on net. Carolina attempting to clear, they can't. Marner sends it down the slot, got broken up, came back to him, spins it between the circles. Hurricanes able to clear out. Mitch Marner on it again in the final seconds of this period. And they've iced the puck here as Vegas with 20 seconds left in the period. Mitch Marner with 3 goals and 4 points in this second period. That has tied Seattle Metropolitan's Frank Foyston for the most points in a single period in a Stanley Cup Final game since 1919. Face off to the right of Carter Hart. Vegas controls. Theodore slams it up the near wall, gets it out. 12 to go in the period. Hurricanes back on it. Aho pitchforks it in. Theodore will take it behind the net. Banks it up the near wall through center. Dorofeev rolls it into the Carolina zone. Sean Walker there to pick it off, and that's the end of a second period which Vegas dominated in every which way. They put 6 goals past Freddie Anderson in the second period. First 2 were wiped out on Rod Brindamore challenges, but the last 4 all held up, and Mitch Marner with a second period natural hat trick has put the Golden Knights up 4-0 heading to the money period of game number 3. They've got the series lead in their grasp. Final period of game 3 on the other side when we come back. Ready for the third period of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. A 4-goal second period from the Vegas Golden Knights. And they will head to the money period up 4-0. Mitch Marner with one of the greatest periods we've ever seen in a Stanley Cup Final, with 3 goals, 4 points, a natural hat trick for Marner. Vegas in full control, up 4-0. And Rod Brindamore has indeed pulled out his goaltender Frederik Andersen. Brandon Bussey, the rookie from Sound Beach, New York, who had a great stretch during the regular season, had a great regular season overall, went 31-6-2. Will play between the pipes for Carolina in the third period, which gets underway. Hurricanes get the puck into the Golden Knights zone. And below the goal line, Carter Hart peers over his right shoulder to get a look at a board battle that happens in the pie slice. 2 Knights and 2 Canes all fishing for the puck here that's along the boards. Finally, it gets dug out by Dowd, up the wall and kept in by Gostisbehere, who went down to a knee, sent one towards the net, and Hart fights it off. Rebound rolled to his right. Gostisbehere on the left point sends it high to low towards Robinson, tied up by Rasmus Anderson, who gets it out. Keegan Colasar for Vegas backhands it up the middle for Cole Smith. Intercepted by Nikishin. Smith supplies a hit on Nikishin. Those two go down to the ice together. And the Hurricanes are back through center. Aho, a diagonal feed over the line. Rink wide now. Jackson Blake in the slot. Whistles a shot wide to the right of Hart. Taylor Hall tried to trickle it back to the point. Keandre Miller could not hold it in, and Vegas is away, and Marner has it. Right circle, Marner on his backhand, trying to get to his forehand. He does! And a shot fought off by Bussey. To the right point, Shea Theodore slides it around the boards in deep. Sebastian Aho gets the puck to the line. Braden McNabb holds the zone. Left circle, Carlson. Handoff. Side of the goal, Brett Howden. Low to high. McNabb, high slot, winds up. Tries to send it down low. He does. Marner backpedals. High slot and knifed off his stick by Keandre Miller. It's out to center. Marner looking for a 4-goal game. Vegas flops the puck back into the Carolina zone. Jacob Slavin gets to it. Hurricanes have put just 13 shots on goal through the first 2 periods and change. Turnover at the line. Right, and Stone winds up a one-timer. And Bussey has it go wide of him, and the Hurricanes clear it out through neutral territory. Dumped back in from the far red line on Bussey. Chatfield puts it back behind the net. Golden Knights have just been lights out since the end of the first period. Puck swung into the Vegas zone by Jordan Martinook. Behind the net, taking a hit, was Dylan Coughlin. Loose puck gets to the stick of Noah Hannafin, who deals it out. Chatfield tries to drop it back in. Instead, it hit off of a couple of sticks back into the Carolina zone. Hurricanes are quickly out. Stahl trying to get to the puck below the goal line right wing. He's pushed to the boards by Noah Hannafin. Coughlin takes a hit from below the goal line as the Golden Knights clear out. Nikolai Ehlers back on it for Carolina, zigzagging through center, turning back and handing off. Right wing, Robinson couldn't gain clean entry, so he'll just dart it around. Jordan Stahl on the opposite end gets to it, backhanded towards Ehlers, intercepted by Theodore, and shoveled out. Cole Smith trying to get to it at the other end. He ends up fighting his way through Gostisbehere and getting to the puck, and we've got a penalty upcoming as play is stopped. Nikishin ends up without his helmet on through contact from Smith.
Driving through the defense when the puck turned over.
22 Vegas.
You're correct. I was fooled by the crowd, which roared when they saw Chris Rooney's arm go up in the air.
Cole Smith will be sent to the bin. And Carolina, this will be their first power play of the night, as Smith got tangled up with Gostisbehere. And Smith was holding the stick. So first power play chance of the night for Carolina. And Rod Brindamore, who did not always have that first power play unit on the ice to start the power plays in Game 2, will have Stahl, Aho, Svechnikov, Jarvis, and Gostisbehere to start this one. Face off to the right of Hart. Carolina wins the draw. Gostisbehere walks the line, sends it to the right circle to set up Aho for a one-timer, which he whiffs on. Vegas able to clear. Puck will be all the way down to Bussey. Brandon Bussey, the rookie goaltender, who was great during the regular season, sends it up the near wall for Jarvis, who dropped it back for Gostisbehere. Now Seth Jarvis gaining speed through center. Hands it off for Ehlers, far red line. Left wing, Ehlers over the line, blows a tire and lost the puck. Golden Knights able to clear back out. Gostisbehere at the red line, a reload over the Vegas line, feeds the right wall. Seth Jarvis hits the brakes, turns it back to the near point. Gostisbehere turned it over. Mitch Marner in behind, looking for another. He gets hacked at and taken down by Sebastian Aho. A penalty will follow on it, and they might call a penalty shot, and they will. This is a penalty shot. My goodness.
A penalty shot for being fouled from behind.
Yep. It will be a penalty shot. As Marner was breaking in behind, Aho took a big Paul Bunyan axe swing at Marner to try to knock him off the puck. And now Mitch Marner, a penalty shot to try to score his fourth of the night. Picks up the puck, strolls in from his left, between the circles, to his backhand. He's denied by Brandon Bussey. So Bussey stands his ground and denies Marner on the penalty shot. Tried to go right at the last to his backhand, Marner. And Bussey stayed right there. Got it with his glove. So through all of that, Carolina still with 1:11 on their power play left. Defensive zone draw, which they control. And Nikishin from behind the net will start forward. Nobody has scored on a penalty shot this postseason. A takeaway from Ehlers at the red line is turned right back into the Carolina zone by the Vegas penalty killers. And the Hurricanes, who have just looked a step slow all night, looking slow here. Hall's over the line, left circle. His shot on the short side. Missed the net. Blake from the goal line behind the cage sticks it for Ehlers. Now Blake at the goal line. Low to high play. Taylor Hall on the perimeter. High slot for Nikishin. Shovels to the left circle, Ehlers. Back to Nikishin. One-timer stopped by Hart. Rebound Ehlers. Puts it around the rim. Blake has it from the right point. Steps to the circle. Now to the goal line, Hall. Return for Blake. Wide of the dot on the right circle. Up top for Nikishin with 12 to go in the penalty time. Nikishin, a wrister blocked. Ricochet to the near wall. Blake couldn't handle it. Nikishin turned it down the barrier. Penalty time just about up as the puck comes bottom of the right circle to Stankoven. Now Blake in the slot. Leaves it on the left circle for a shot redirected wide. Penalty time is up, and the Golden Knights are on the puck. Cole Smith out of the box has it. In full flight. Left wing over the line of the circle. Shoots one high. It got off the shoulder of Bussey. Hurricanes the other direction. Blake feeds it over the line of the left wing. Eric Robinson applies the brakes in the far corner. Shovel to the line. Walker's long wrister missed the net wide to the right of Hart. Hurricanes still with it out of the left circle, zigzagging through traffic. Robinson lost it. Puck is cleared to the line, and off a stick it's into the Vegas bench for a whistle. 4-0 Vegas. Just about 6 minutes gone in the third period. And the Golden Knights, with a 4-goal second period and a natural hat trick from Mitch Marner, going to put them back ahead in this Stanley Cup Final before heading to Game 4 here in Vegas on Monday night. Golden Knights win the face-off. Hurdle spins it in deep. Tuesday night, by the way, is Game 4. Monday night is Game 3 of the basketball. Extra day off between Games 3 and 4 of this series. Hurricanes through center. Chatfield banked it ahead. Jankowski jabbed it up the near wall, intercepted by Barbashev and slung back in. Slavin up the wall, turned over. Golden Knights have it. Hurdle behind the net, grinding in the trapezoid. Turns to the left circle and shoots a soft one off the right pad. Brandon Bussey. Hurricanes trying to clear out. It's wedged to the far wall. Jankowski scoops it out to center. Noah Hannafin back on. It'll backpedal into the Vegas zone to our right. Both teams shuffle bodies on and off the ice. Puck steered into the Carolina zone to the right of Bussey. Chatfield gets beaten to the puck below the goal line by Kolasar. Kolasar kicks it into the near corner. Now gets it on a return from Dowd. Keegan Kolasar shoves it down low. Stankoven takes it away and punches it in deep to the Vegas zone. Noah Hannafin put it on his own net. They turn it over and they score out in front. The Hurricanes get a goal, and then after the goal, it all breaks out. A fight in the far corner to the right of Carter Hart. Jordan Martinook in the middle of it. Cole Smith is there. Stankoven, Dowd. My goodness. A Vegas turnover below the goal line leads to a Carolina goal from Logan Stankoven, who scores yet again in these playoffs, and then just all hell broke loose after that. Jordan Martinook actually might get credited for this goal. Yeah, it's going to be Martinook who got to it and put it 5-hole. So it's 4-1. As Martinook found the puck at the top of the crease and slides it underneath Carter Hart off of a wild scramble, and then afterwards an even wilder scramble. Not really fully sure what started all of that. Smith going after Martinook, then Stankoven went in. And off the face-off to restart play, Carolina puts it back into the Vegas zone. Second goal of the postseason for Martinook. Up the far wall and getting it out is Shea Theodore. Aho spins it back out to center. And the Hurricanes possess, and Aho then turns it over and then was able to flick it back for Blake. Blake trickled it over the Vegas line, misplayed by McNabb. Taken back by Aho, backing it across, and they score again! Taylor Hall on the back door. And Carolina, just like that, gets two quick ones. And it's 4-2. 2 goals in 26 seconds for the Hurricanes. Of course, Vegas scored the first 2 goals of the game in just 16 seconds. Carolina here quickly with back-to-back goals. Martinook and Hall. As Hall took the cross-crease backhanded feed by Aho through the blue paint. Aho stashes it in, and suddenly we've got a 2-goal game. Vegas dumps the puck in off the face-off into the Carolina zone, and that's icing. So icing against the Golden Knights. It'll be an O-zone draw for Carolina, who in the blink of an eye have gotten to within a pair. Taylor Hall's goal, his 6th of the postseason. Face-off far circle, helped onto the back, taken off the far half wall for a shot. They score again! Oh my gracious! Is this really happening? Jordan Stahl sent it towards the net from the half wall. It finds its way through Carter Hart, and out of absolutely, positively nothing, Carolina has scored 3 goals in 40 seconds. And it's 4-3. And all of a sudden, after the first goal, it was, everyone's paying attention to the fight that broke out afterwards. After the second goal, it was cute. Now all of a sudden, we've got a game again. Just over 12 minutes left. This is a 1-goal game. Stahl has scored in all 3 games of this series. Face off to restart play, controlled by Vegas. Put into the Hurricane zone, flex back out to center, punched back in by Theodore. This has been the strangest series, the strangest start to a series, and it's taking on a strange feeling here. 3rd period of Game 3. Hurricanes have iced the puck. That's just as crazy as it gets. This series has been on some kind of drug for a while now. Face off to the left to Bussey. Hurricanes win the draw. Puck is hoisted out to center. Up in the air, it gets pawed down by a Golden Knight, and then as it's collected by Carlson, it is a hand pass. Breaking the action. Who knows? I'm out of answers for what this series is. I really am. Timeout on the ice. Suddenly, 4-3. Under 12 minutes to go in regulation time. A 4-0 Vegas lead is now 4-3, with still a ton of time left in this game, in a game that is going about how the series has been, which is just flat out weird. Neutral zone face-off to restart play. Controlled by the Hurricanes, put into the Golden Knights zone. Vegas breaks it out. Marner, backhand feed through center, intercepted by Sean Walker. Poked back into the Vegas zone. This will roll down and make it for icing with 11.5 left. 3 goals by Carolina in 39 seconds. First from Jordan Martinook at 7:03, then Taylor Hall at 7:29, and then Jordan Stahl at 7:42. Face off to the right of Brandon Bussey, who came in for Frederick Anderson after Rod Brindamore made a goaltender change. Hurricanes win the face-off. Sean Walker in his D zone leaves it for Aho, who turned it over at the line to Rasmus Anderson. Howden down to a knee, fed the left circle. Marner up high. His shot stopped by Bussey, and then the rebound was available only momentarily before Bussey gathered it back in. Game 4 of this series here in Vegas Tuesday night. We'll see what other wizardry will happen. Face off to the right of Bussey. Eichel and Stankoven on the face-off. Stankoven wins it back for Chatfield. Chatfield out to center, a diagonal feed goes off of Stankoven's stick and turned over. Eichel over the line on the far wall. Chatfield takes it away. He'll plant it around the near boards. Martinook could not stop it, and this is all the way down for another Carolina icing. Monday night, we've got Game 3 of the NBA Finals on the channel for you. The Knicks leading the Spurs 2-0, taking the first 2 games on the road were the Knicks. They'll return home to the Garden, needing just 2 wins on their home floor to claim their first NBA championship in half a century. Vegas wins the face-off. Puck thrown in from the line wide of Bussey to his right. It bounces off the in wall out to center. Stone throws it rink wide in neutral territory. Barbashev wedges it in deep. Chatfield and Eichel rush to it. It came to the left of Bussey, and he'll put his glove hand over it to stop play. Hurricanes still with only 16 shots on goal for the game. In the regular season, they averaged 32 a game. Sissons and Aho on the face-off to the left of Bussey, far circle. Clean win for Sissons. Dorofeev down the wall. Rasmus Andersson threw it to the back door, hoping for Sissons. It gets through him. Carolina out to center. The Hurricanes spread 3 wide. Hall on the left circle throws it through the blue paint and out. It was behind Blake. Puck to the line. Walker harpoons it down the near wall. Aho slings it around the boards. It comes to Blake on the left circle. He tries a shot through a bunch of traffic that didn't make it to the net. And the Golden Knights are out to center. Dorofeev between the benches. Aho tries to get it back from him. Instead, it's turned to the far corner. Sissons rattles it around as we hit the midway point of the third period. Puck behind the net. Sissons backhanded it in front. Came to the side of goal. Smith, a shot from a sharp angle off of Bussey up high. Hurricanes clear. Puck rolling on edge. It will just miss Carter Hart to his left and turn into an icing. 9:46 to go in regulation time. Bussey with a right shoulder save there on Smith, who was trying to squeeze it in top shelf from a sharp angle. Carlson and Aho on the draw. Vegas wins the faceoff. Marner on the half wall took a hit from Walker. Carlson gathers the puck in from the near corner. He gets hounded. Was able to help it onto the back. Hannafin a long shot through traffic wide. Blake out of the far corner gets to it. Hurricanes anxious to clear the puck. Haven't done it. Carlson up the far wall. Gets it to the line. And now it is out. Blake rolls it out to neutral territory. Hurricanes on a change. Svechnikov. Cross-ice feed over the line and up the middle. A backhander on net from Martinuk. Kicked out by the right pad of Hart. Off the left point. Sent high to low. Jankowski whacks the puck below the goal line of the near corner. Martinuk gets roughed up a bit by Hannafin. Carlson on the near half wall able to spew it out, and this will make it to the right of Bussey, but no icing. Gostisbehere forced to play it. He does near corner to Nikishin. Nikishin flares it around the boards, all the way down on Hart, who's forced to play it himself. Shoveled far corner Theodore, scraped out to center, intercepted. Ehlers is over the line right wing, but he's outmanned. He'll rim it around to the far corner. Jordan Stahl waiting for it there. Puts it behind the net where it's picked off by Braden McNabb. Chipped off the near wall, Jalen Chatfield. Squeezed away from him by Cole Smith. Hurricanes in their defensive zone with it. One-handed forward and taken away by Smith. Smith tried to wedge it into the slot. It goes off of Chatfield's stick and into center territory as Theodore whacks it back in. Stone misplays it on the near wall. Nikolai Ehlers will 9-iron it out. Puck floating into the Vegas zone to the left of Carter Hart. Eric Robinson gets to it, and then he gets shielded from the puck as Jack Eichel takes it. Jack Eichel in full flight, left wing, a handoff Barbashev. He'll roll it in deep. Bussey moves it around the near wall. Barbashev pushed into the corner boards by Chatfield. Puck up the near wall in the air and out of play. And Golden Knight players are contesting that this should be a delay of game penalty on Jacob Slavin. Let's see. Officials are talking about it. Let's see what they come up with. Ooh, did it hit the glass is the question from not Slavin, Jarvis, 24, not 74, as he tried to pitch it up high into the air and out of play. Does it hit anything on the way through? The boards, the glass, a stick? That is not a play that can be reviewed or challenged. Well, like it may have just glanced off the corner wall, but we'll see what gets said. Still, the linesmen are over there. Jordan Stahl looking for an answer. Discussion is being had still. Apparently they are looking at it in the situation room after all. This is turning into a lengthy conversation.
Be a delay of game penalty.
2 minutes delay of game.
But they do end up calling it a delay of game penalty on Jarvis. So after all of that conversation, Jarvis is going to be sent to the sin bin for delay of game, and the Golden Knights will have a power play when we return. Well, it was awfully close whether that was a delay of game penalty on Jarvis, and they were looking at it in the situation room in Toronto and confirmed that it was a delay of game penalty. So Carolina is shorthanded. They win the face-off in the D zone, and they get the puck out into the Vegas zone. Golden Knights have scored already on the power play tonight. And Jack Eichel will stroll through center. Lost the handle at the line, and that made the play offside. 7.5 to go in regulation time. If you left when Vegas was up 4-0, and then you're coming back and you're seeing the score and thinking, well, how the hell did this happen? Carolina, just out of absolutely nothing but thin air, scored 3 goals in 39 seconds. To make it 4-3, which is where we're at now, and now Vegas has seemed to understand that, my goodness, this is a game again. They win the face-off in neutral. Eichel wrapped to the line. Marner directed to the far wall for Stone, who lost it. Stahl bats it out. Not all the way down, but does get it out of the zone, and Theodore will recoil for Vegas. From the near red line, a drop for Eichel. Eichel up the middle, over the line, shoots right into the midsection of Bussey, who will hold it down for a whistle. And yes, if you did leave, and you are hearing me right, that it is Brandon Bussey in net for Carolina after Rod Brindamore pulled Frederick Anderson at the end of the second period. So the rookie Bussey is in, and he has watched all of this go on during his first involvement of the playoffs this postseason. 1:08 to go on the Vegas power play. Eichel on the face-off, near circle to the right of Bussey against Aho. Aho wins it. Puck goes out of play off of a stick. Looks like the Golden Knights are trying to say that it should be another delay of game. Stone was pointing up as Walker whacked at it. That definitely hit glass. 1:04 on the Vegas power play left, as you see. Under 7 to go in regulation time. Near circle, face off to the right of Bussey. Golden Knights win it. Theodore at the line. Eichel goes rink wide with it. Theodore has to pick it up off the wall. Shoves it in deep. In back of the goal, Stone loses it, but Walker is unable to clear. Eichel sends it all the way across and to the far wall for Dorofeev, who feeds the right circle. Marner could not handle it. Eichel picks it up near wall. High to low play into the trapezoid for Stone. He turns, tries to shove it out in front. Hit the stick of Miller. Back to Eichel out of the near corner. He'll scan. Eichel to the goal line for Stone. Return for Eichel wide of the dot on the near left circle. Up high, Theodore, a blast. Missed the net wide. Dorofeev off the far wall, jousting for the puck. Carolina's got it. Aho skates forward short-handed. He's across the red line. He's across the blue line on the left wing. He was hoping for support to come. Now he'll just softly roll it in to kill time. And Vegas is almost out of time on the power play. Stone just got knocked over by Stahl in front of the net. It rolled in on Hart, who had his glove hand on it. He tried to keep it moving, but the official blew the whistle. So it'll turn into an O-zone draw for Carolina as Stahl knocked over Stone, lodged the puck out of his grasp, and it rolled right in on Hart, who had to stop it. So the Vegas power play just about up here, as they've got to face off in their own zone. That Stankoven wins. Nikishin in the slot, a shot turned right on and stopped and held by Carter Hart. So Carolina kills off that penalty in a big way. They search for an equalizer here in the third period. We get a break in the action. Could we be on for another wild finish? We'll see. Another one-goal game in a third period after Vegas scored the first four. Carolina has scored 3 straight. O-zone draw for the Hurricanes. Golden Knights control. Puck banked out to center. Nikishin gets to it, banks it back ahead. Puck is free and taken over the line by Vegas' Mitch Marner on the left wing. On the circle, his shot rubbed out by Nikishin. Marner back to the slot and put on goal by Howden. What a great save by Bussey with the left pad. Out of the far corner, Carlson sends it back around to the near corner. Big hit delivered on Howden by Blake. Puck into the slot. Carlson a shot and sent away by Bussey again. Golden Knights still in the zone with Carlson out of the near corner. Puts it below the goal line. Howden Turns, gives it to Marner on a hat trick, who has it scissored off his stick by Blake. Carolina clears, and Stankoven has it. Right wing over the line. Stankoven shoots off the stick of Marner. Deflects to the far wall and out of the zone. Between the benches. Hurricanes are on it with under 5 to go. Hall can't carry in over the line, and Stone takes it away. Vegas back on the puck, and Noah Hannafin knocks it out to center. All the way down to the right of Bussey. Slavin twirls it up the near wall. Chatfield. Eichel against him. Jankowski rolls it out. Stahl lugs over the line. Leaves in the slot. A shot by Hall off the glove hand of Hart, who's able to collect it. And then after the whistle, a big brawl breaks out on the near wall. And they're all going at it. Taylor Hall comes in throwing punches. This all happens after the Vegas Knights thought that Hart got hit after the whistle, and Hart did go down. He's taken his mask off. The shot popped in and out of his glove. Then he went down to collect it. Hall, after that, knocked over Hannafin. And when Hannafin went down, he hit Hart. So it was Hall playing dominoes, knocking Hannafin into Hart. And that's what started all of that. And then, my goodness, Rasmus Andersson launched himself on top of the shoulders of Jordan Stahl. What is Rasmus Andersson doing? Through all of that, no penalties were given. And it'll be a neutral zone face-off near dot. Eichel versus Aho in front of the penalty box doors. Shots on goal are 25-20 in favor of Vegas. Leading 4-3, they win the face-off. Theodore slaps it out to center. Puck in the air at the logo, twisted back into the Carolina zone. Racing to it is Blake. He gets run into by Eichel. Puck around the far wall. Svechnikov lifts it up. Out to center, it drops at the red line. Sissons is able to finesse it back into the Hurricane zone. Bussey will leave it in the trapezoid for Chatfield. As we approach the final 4 minutes of Game 3, Golden Knights clinging to a 1-goal lead. Ehlers blue to blue. Over the line of the left wing, it's shot in around. Jarvis out of the corner. Plays it back to the right circle. Walker tried to thread one to the front. Off traffic and deflected to Miller. Left point, he sends one cross corner. Played back to the line. Sean Walker from Aho in deep. Jarvis behind the net. Wrestled off the puck by Anderson. Puck bouncing on the far wall. Ehlers took a hard hit. Dribbled it below the goal line. Sauce right circle. Walker, a shot blocked by a diving out Colton Sissons. Puck lifted to the line. Hit Aho in the face. It's out of the zone. Carolina wanted a penalty. None given. And the Golden Knights have the puck in center. Smith is over the line of the left wing and turns it in deep. There to grab it, the Hurricanes. Sean Walker leaves it behind the net. Slavin rolls it forward as we approach the final 3 minutes of regulation time. On the right wing, Taylor Hall dumps it in. Shea Theodore gets to it out of the near corner. Hoists the puck out into the Hurricane bench. Hurricane players are now wanting a delay of game penalty, as that was just tossed diagonally through center, ending up in the Carolina bench. Hurricanes are saying that it went beyond the bench and that it should be delay of game. Doesn't look like that penalty. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Wow. Taylor Hall just took a heck of a hit a moment ago from Braden McNabb, but they're going to call that penalty. Shea Theodore throwing it all the way out of the rink, and the Hurricanes are going to get a power play with 2:55 left, down by 1. They had one abbreviated power play earlier in the night. Face off to the right of Carter Hart. Top line out. And Aho taking the face-off, or no, Stahl taking the face-off with Dowd. Puck is down, and through bodies and skates, it's being jabbed and whacked at in the far circle. It comes to the wall. Gostisbehere one-hands it in deep. Stahl is down to the ice. Gets back up as Svechnikov. Feeds Aho from the right circle. Goal line Svechnikov. Aho to the line. Shane Gostisbehere center point. Feeds the left circle. Seth Jarvis scans. Feeds Gostisbehere back at the line. Straight away to Aho right circle. Gostisbehere again towards the net, off of Hart's left pad. Aho from the right circle has it back. Steers it to Gostisbehere at the line. Feeds the left circle. Jarvis a drive from that same left circle that he scored the overtime winner in 2 nights ago. That one was blocked. Puck free, far corner to the right of Carter Hart. A big board battle. Stahl trying to dig it out. He does. Tumbles it up the wall. Gostisbehere turns it back to him. Stahl around the wall. Svechnikov from the right circle. Towards the line for Aho. Swatted to the line. Aho keeps it in. The net now empty for Carolina. 6 skaters out. Aho side of the goal. Stahl a step in. It's loose. Hart stopped at the rebound free. They score! Oh my gracious! Can you possibly believe what we are witnessing? A goal mouth scramble! Carter Hart battling for it! And the officials already discussing it as the Golden Knights bench looks at the tablet and thinks about a challenge. Pinballing around and bodies getting thrown everywhere, including Nick Dowd shoving a Hurricane into the net. That was Nikolai Ehlers. And we've got an almighty scramble. A puck in the back of the net, called a goal on the ice. And a whole lot for the officials to dive through here. This is incredible. Now a linesman has gone over to John Tortorella. This is as insane as it gets. The goal is going to stand this game against every odd you could have gotten is tied. 1:42 left. Golden Knights win the faceoff. Andrei Svechnikov gets the goal. Eichel is back the other way, and his shot's off a stick and out of play. Only once before in Stanley Cup playoff history has a team overcame a 4-goal deficit in the third period to win a game. That was the Kings beating the Oilers in 1982. Game is far from over. The regulation's far from over. Face-off far circle to the left of Bussey. Canes win the face-off, lift it out into the Golden Knights zone. Hannafin forced to play it with Martinick breathing down his neck. And here come the Golden Knights out to center. They turn it over. Jalen Chatfield lifts it out. Towards the Vegas zone, Rasmus Anderson will run it down. Sent through neutral territory as we bear down on the final minute of regulation. 4 unanswered Carolina goals have tied this game. Chatfield a blue-to-blue feed, guided on in by Aho. Behind the net, Rasmus Anderson looks to break out. Skips it out to center with under a minute left. Aho in front of the Carolina bench. Tried to twist it into the Vegas zone. Instead taken back by Howden. Knocked off his stick to McNabb at the red line. He'll bomb it in. Miller from the far half wall got it to Stankoven. He clears it to the line. It gets through Theodore and out. Braden McNabb at his own blue. Half a minute to go in regulation time, and this puck sent down to Bussey. It's not icing. Hurricanes have it. 20 seconds left. And Sean Walker glides through center. From the red line, tries to harpoon it forward for Stankoven. It hit a Golden Knight stick all the way down. This is icing on Vegas with 12 seconds left. There's just no way that this has actually happened. That this is possible. This is fairy tale stuff. This is what fables are made out of. 12 seconds left in regulation time. Carolina's got an offensive zone draw, remember, off the Vegas icing. Far circle to the right of Hart. It'll be Dowd versus Stahl, the two grizzled veterans. Face off down. Stahl wins it to the line. Far half wall a shot, shielded by Hart on the short side. From the goal line, turned out to center by Cole Smith. Into the Hurricane zone in the final seconds. Unbelievably, Game 3 is going to overtime. If you thought Game 2 was the craziest hockey game you've ever seen, then this has been the craziest period you've ever seen. Carolina 4-0 down. Changed their goaltender at the end of the period. The game looked as dead as a doornail. Doorknob, whatever that saying is. The game looked dead. And now it's going to overtime. What in the wide world of sports has happened here? Got to catch our breath. We got more overtime. We'll have it in a moment. if you are just turning us on and you think I have an answer for what in the wide world of sports has happened here, you have come to the wrong person. It was 4-0 Vegas. Carolina then scored 3 goals in 39 seconds to make it 4-3. Then in one of the craziest goal-mouth scrambles you'll ever see, they forced in an equalizing goal to make it 4-4. No team has ever trailed by 4 goals or more in the third period of a Stanley Cup Final game and come back to win it. To overtime we go for a second straight game. The next goal gives one of these teams the lead in the Stanley Cup Final. Overtime begins. Carolina on the puck in their defensive zone. Puck is sent up the near wall and all the way down into the Golden Knights' end. Jeremy Lauzon dealt it up the wall. Mark Stone skipped it out to center. Puck available at the red line. Comes back to the Vegas blue line for Rasmus Andersson. Jack Eichel harpoons it around the boards. Brandon Bussey in net for Carolina, the rookie. Biggest moment of his life. Eichel at the left point. Lifts it down the wall, taken away by Walker. Skip to the line, not out. Now Carolina gets it out. They've struggled getting pucks out of the zone tonight. They get a partial change in as Jarvis comes off for Blake. Over the line on the left wing, Braden McNabb, taken away by Walker, put to the near corner, Mitch Marner. Backpedaling on the right circle. Mitch Marner had it knocked off his stick. It's out to center. Shea Theodore will reload a diagonal feed for McNabb. He loses it over the line, and the puck bounces back towards the Vegas end. Theodore is on it. Scoots it forward for Hurdle over the line. Feeds Marner. Rink wide a feed in the skates of Sissons. Backhanded off the side of the goal. Hurdle low to high. Anderson loads it up on the right circle. Puts it in deep for Hurdle below the goal line. Run into by Walker. To the right point, Rasmus Andersson. Down the near wall. Tomas Hurdle leaves it at the line. Swooping in is Hannafin. Hannafin run into by Aho. Turns it over. And the other direction, Jackson Blake gains the red line and backhands it into the Golden Knights zone. Pavel Dorofeev is back to claim. Shots on goal are now even at 25. Bouncing puck through center is swept in by Ivan Barbashev. To the Carolina end to our right. Jacob Slavin backhands it forward. The Hurricanes get it out of the zone. Here's Slavin out to center. Straight up the middle, the gold medalist will shoot it in. Carter Hart behind the net. Plays it to the far side and out to center, McNabb. McNabb through neutral territory. Dorofeev harpoons it in. Bussey, the rookie, moves it to the far corner. Hurricanes attempting to clear. Puck off a skate. Comes to the near wall. Cole Smith holds it in. Smith sends it around. Far corner, low to high play. Long shot taken by McNabb, misses the net wide. Hurricanes anxious to clear, they do. Ehlers tried to bounce it over the line. It's touched up offside by Stankoven. It'll be a neutral zone face-off. One of the most remarkable turnarounds that you can imagine ever seeing. But now will Carolina finish it off for one of the most unlikeliest wins ever? Or will Vegas end up winning it anyway? Jankowski wins the neutral zone face-off. Puck slapped into the Golden Knights zone. Dylan Coughlin leaves it in the far corner. Jack Eichel comes to claim it. Behind the net, Hannafin a bouncing puck. Bowled over by Jankowski. Turnover in the slot. Svechnikov gave it up for Robinson. Back to Svechnikov. A shot. Ricocheted wide to the right of Hart. Gostisbehere pinching in front. Svechnikov couldn't get it. Oh, and the puck on net stopped. And the rebound. Clear to the line, not out. Gostisbehere turning with it. Feeds the line. Pinching in. A shot by Nikishin gets blocked. Puck out to center, and the Hurricanes are back on it. Up the left wing side. Puck jabbed into the Golden Knights zone. Carter Hart stops it. What a big stop Carter Hart just made, and another wild scramble for the puck. Vegas sends it into the Carolina end to our right. Hurricanes to organize a breakout. Through center. Keandre Miller over the line, feeds the right circle for a shot that missed the net high. Karams to the left point. Down the wall, it's taken away by Mitch Marner. Marner feeds it through center, off a skate. Carlson can't come up with it cleanly. Miller scraped it ahead. Blue to blue for Stahl to try to trickle it in. He gets taken down on the corner boards by Jeremy Lozon. It creates a board battle with Stahl, still trying to pick himself up. All of this happening to the corner to the right of Carter Hart. 2 Canes and 2 Knights, all scrummaging away for the puck. Still, it's amidst all those skates and sticks. Hall trying to dig it out. Carlson steps in. Hall puts it behind the net. Towards the far corner, Brett Howden takes it. He gets run into in a big way by Seth Jarvis. Now they begin sumo wrestling for the puck outside the far circle. Out of a board battle, Jarvis kept it alive. In the corner, slinging it back this way, Lozon finds Rasmus Anderson. Pop flied out to center. Shot back in by Blake. Pawed down, and the Golden Knights shoot into the Hurricane zone to the right of Bussey. Slavin chips it around the near boards. Through center, it's bombed in. Around the rim, it comes out in front of the Carolina bench. Colton Sissons finessed it ahead. Brought back over the line by Colton Sissons, who whiffed on the shot in the slot. Jacob Slavin rakes it out. Jalen Chatfield helped it up the right wing. Shot in to the left of Hart. Near circle, Aho gets it. Sends it around the boards. Andrei Svechnikov takes it in back of the goal. Tried to deposit one out in front. It took a deflection to the left of Hart, who puts his glove hand over it after he finds it. Well, a moment ago, Hart with a big stop, as again, out of a scramble at the top of the crease, it was Jankowski who put it on net after he tried to feed it for Svechnikov. Dylan Coughlin went flying on the ice. Jankowski got it on his stick and pushed it off the right pad of Hart, as it was chaos in front of Carter. Face off to his left, out of the far circle. Puck is down and below the goal line. Vegas controls. Rasmus Anderson sends it up the near wall. Will go all the way down. Should be icing, and it is. So it'll be another O-zone draw for Carolina. The Hurricanes could not have been more dead and buried after 2 periods in this game. But somehow here they are. Face off to the left of Hart. Vegas controls this one easily. Anderson around the near wall, gets it out. Might go all the way down again. Keandre Miller gets to it. Brett Howden forces the issue. Howden's there behind the net. Tries to spray it to the far wall. It's intercepted and cleared out by Carolina. Mitch Marner backhanded it forward. William Carlson up the middle and over the line. Hands it off of the left circle. Cole Smith back for Carlson. Then Smith again had it knocked off his stick. Logan Stankoven fastballs it rink wide. Jordan Martinook gains the red line for Carolina. Bounces it in. Hart shuts it down. Leaves it there for Theodore. Theodore stretches it out. Up the right wing side, all the way down. No icing. Nikishin is the first to it. The rookie defenseman around the near boards, pitchforked back in by Theodore. Behind the net, Dowd takes a hit from Nikishin. Hurricanes able to clear. This puck sent into the Vegas zone. Will make it for icing, with 13:43 to go in the overtime. O-zone face-off for the Golden Knights. Face off to the left of Bussey. Near circle. Eichel against Jankowski on this very crucial face-off. Out of the near circle. Puck is down. Controlled by Jankowski. Lugged out to center by Carolina. Ehlers has the puck over the line of the right wing. He's offside with Robinson. Those two were both going for the puck that was in the air. Ehlers came away with it, but he ends up offside with Robinson. Series lead in the Stanley Cup Final on the line. Next goal gives someone a 2-1 lead. Stahl wins the neutral zone face-off in front of the Vegas bench. Chatfield tried to power it in. It broke his stick. It goes below the Vegas goal line and behind the net. Jeremy Lozon gets to it. He'll flare it out. Up and out to the right of Bussey, and just beating Barbashev to the puck is Sean Walker to get an icing whistle. It was a really close skate race there between Barbashev and Walker. Face-off will come to the right of Carter Hart, far circle. Jordan Stahl will take the face-off again for Carolina. Vegas has Jack Eichel. Eichel wins that face-off. They had only won one of the first 6 face-offs in the overtime. Golden Knights clear it all the way to Bussey. He'll paddle it up the near wall and out to center. Here's Jordan Stahl gliding it over the line, left wing to the circle. Stahl behind the net. Takes it to the right circle, low to high. Chatfield a drive, blocked. Off a leg, it comes to the left point. Slavin held it in. Sent one towards the net. That was blocked before it got to Hart. Barbashev through center rink wide. Turned over to the near red line and shoved right back in by the Canes. Hart leaves it in the trapezoid. Theodore keeps the puck behind the net. Theodore snaps it out to center. Banked to the far red line, Eichel. Forwarded on and intercepted by Miller. Flexed over the line on the left wing, Aho. Takes it to the bottom of the near circle and hits the brakes. Spins one up the wall, Miller. High slot, it's Walker. A shot off the glove hand of Hart. The rebound free, top of the blue paint. And Tomas Hertl gets to it for Vegas. Here come the Golden Knights ahead. Hertl, though, has it spirited off his stick. Back into the Vegas zone where the Golden Knights possess. Shaken out to center. Puck bounces off of Dorofeev into the air. Taken by Martinick over the line, left wing. Tries a shot that's blocked by Theodore. Below the goal line, Stankoven. Up the far wall for Ehlers. It bounces to the far corner. Rasmus Andersson attempting to clear. He can't. Tomas Hertl gets it past the line and out. Jacob Slavin will rim it right back in. Andersson on the far half wall takes a hit. Hertl lifts it up, not out. Comes back to the far circle. Theodore wedges it to the line. It bounces out to center. Jacob Slavin for Carolina. Feeds it up the left wing side. Nikolai Ehlers broken up by Theodore. Martinick was turning to the bench, then stayed on to try to get the puck. He couldn't grab it. Stankoven in front of the Carolina bench. Plays it in deep. Hart misplayed it just a bit. It was whacked towards the net from wide of the left circle. It comes free to the far side. Eric Robinson backhands it in, hoping for Ehlers. Theodore there first. Vegas attempting to clear. Hurricanes hold it in from the line. Harpoon to the right of Hart. Lifted back out by Theodore. It bounces to the line. Up with it for Vegas, Cole Smith. Spins it into the left of Brandon Bussey. Hurricanes in possession. Svechnikov charges through center, left wing over red over blue. Svechnikov a drop. Robinson sends it into the open corner far side. Jankowski backhands it in deep. Svechnikov far corner ridden off the puck. On the half wall it's free. Golden Knights clear. Keandre Miller between the benches trying to force it out, nearly turned it over. Walker was there to back him up. Sends it out, and it ends up in the Hurricane bench off a deflection. You see the time top right of your screen. The first whistle after the 10-minute mark of the overtime, there will be an automatic stoppage for shoveling of the ice. Face off at dead center. Stahl against Carlson. Carlson wriggled it free from the Carolina captain. Mitch Marner from the far red line pokes it in. Keandre Miller on his horse. Gets to it. Swept around the near wall off the skate of Carlson to keep it in the Carolina zone to our right. Bouncing around in the far corner. Hurricanes attempting to clear, they do. Up the far wall and over the line on the right wing. Cutting to the circle is Jarvis. He loses the puck. Gets it back near corner. Low to high Miller. Sends it straight away Walker. Feeds the right circle. Towards the net. Stopped by Hart. Between the circles it's free. Carlson comes up with it and begins to skate forward. Far left wing over red, shoots in over blue. Brandon Bussey in the trapezoid moves it up the far wall. To the line, it's held in. Sent to the left circle, Carlson. Across to be picked up and sent towards the net. Stopped by Bussey. Rebound free. Bussey down and out, and it's backhanded wide. And Carolina scrambles it out. Might make it for icing. It does. Wow! Brandon Bussey diving out onto the ice to try to keep that out. As Jeremy Lauzon's shot hit the stick of Marner, who directed it right on. It went off of Bussey twice. He dove out of his blue paint to try to snap it away, and Barbashev stoked it wide. We get the whistle for the shoveling of the ice. Whew. Is anyone else exhausted just watching all of this? Good Lord. Just a remarkable turn of events in the third period to take this from a 4-0 game to 4-4 in overtime. Hurricanes, with their Game 2 win, moved to 6-0 in overtime this postseason, and it was Vegas's first overtime loss of the playoffs. They were 3-0. Hurricanes, after losing Game 1 of the East Final to Montreal, won back-to-back overtime games in 2 and 3. Of course, one at home and one on the road. They're trying to repeat that feat here. Shots on goal in the overtime are even at 3. Shots for the entire game are even at 28. Go figure. In the history of the Stanley Cup Final, when the series is tied 1-1, the Game 3 winner has gone on to win the Cup 77% of the time. All of that right now is just figures and statistics. Golden Knight fans to their feet. Offensive zone draw to the left of Bussey. Eichel won it back to the line. From the line, Theodore sent it towards the net, wide to the right of Bussey. Jackson Blake lifts it up the wall and out. This will certainly make it for icing. And it'll be another O-zone draw for Vegas. Those overtime wins in the Eastern Conference Final I was mentioning for Carolina. Game 2 was Nikolai Ehlers. Game 3 was Andrei Svechnikov. Another face-off near circle left to Bussey. Hurricanes win this face-off. Miller out of the near corner. Stokes it ahead. They get out to center. Ehlers pins it in. Theodore swings it back out. Carlson up the near wing, taken away by Aho. Aho flares it out to center. It bounces between the benches, and Mark Stone has it for Vegas. Attacking left to right in this overtime period are the Golden Knights. Stone throws it in deep. Below the goal line, Sean Walker able to knock it off the far wall and out to center. Golden Knights in gold sweaters, pewter numbers, white trim. Puck into the Carolina zone right of Bussey. Walker forced to play it as it was off a stick. Miller throws it ahead, and through center it's Jarvis, who had his pocket picked by Carlson, who was unable to turn forward over the Carolina line. It's a board battle between the benches. Carlson's able to ricochet it over the line of the left wing. Howden threw it towards the slot, hoping for Marner. Stahl's stick got in the way of that. It comes to Svechnikov. He'll backhand it out. Jarvis spins it into the Golden Knights zone to our left. Rasmus Andersson gets to it. Andersson through center. Right wing over red over blue. He gets by Keandre Miller. Throws it to a trailing Coughlin, who whiffed on the shot and got a backhander on goal. Stopped by Brandon Bussey, who falls down in a snow angel to make sure that he still got the puck. He does. And the game continues. Andersson getting by Miller made that a dangerous opportunity. Coughlin whiffed on his first bid and then just tried to get it on net any way he can. By doing so, it was a wheel-around backhand that may have even deflected slightly off Slavin and into Bussey. Face off to Bussey's left from the near circle. Hurricanes control. Puck elevated out to center beyond Martinook. Banked back ahead up the far wall. Jalen Chatfield gets to it in the Carolina zone. He's hampered a bit by Tomas Hertl. Chatfield wrestles him away. Slavin behind the net got his stick caught in the webbing of the net, so he just had to toss it out to center. Noah Hannafin back on it for Vegas, and off of a stick, puck is into the Golden Knights bench. Just over 12 minutes gone in the overtime. Bears repeating. Golden Knights led 4-0 into the third period. No team has ever overcome a 4-goal deficit in the third period of a Stanley Cup Final game and won. Dead center face-off controlled by Dowd in Vegas. Back in their own zone, Braden McNabb sprawls it out to center. Puck sent in up the far wall to the right of Brandon Bussey. Available behind the net, Nick Dowd rushes to it. Out of the corner, he shoulders off Jankowski. It's Nick Dowd from the left circle, tossing it up front. Theodore Arister goes wide. Puck free. Pinballing around. Robinson gets it to the line and out. Back in front of the Carolina bench, it's Braden McNabb. Vegas has had the puck for a long time here over the last few minutes. Over the line of the right circle, down to the front, stopped by Bussey with a crowd in front of him. Hurricanes hook it out of danger. Shea Theodore starts it again. A backhand feed through center. Goes off a Hurricane stick. Relocating it is Dorofeyev. He chips it down the far wall into the Carolina zone. He's angled off into the wall. And the Hurricanes possess the puck behind the net. Hurricanes trying to get some ozone time here. They haven't had any in a while. Through center, Aho from the red line. Throws it in deep. Blake behind the net, beaten to the puck. Aho gets back to it. Sends it all the way around for Blake. Barbashev trying to clear, he can't. It bounces off the far glass. Chatfield muscles it below the goal line. Jeremy Lauzon up with it for the Golden Knights. Lauzon skates forward through center. Reaches the far red line and scales it around. Out of the near corner, Jacob Slavin rink wide. Jalen Chatfield through neutral territory. It ricocheted to Stahl, who carries in over the line on the right wing. He'll take it to the corner against two Golden Knights. Martinook sneaks in. He's got it in the trapezoid. Wrapped back towards Stahl. Deflected to Svechnikov. Up the far wall and mishandled by Nikishin. It's out to center. Nikishin will retrieve. Spinning in his own zone away from Howden. Nikishin forwarding. Howden stripped him. Over the line, Brett Howden. Stops on the half wall. Shovel to the line. Theodore directs it. From the goal line, Marner out of the near corner. Sends it back around. Placed back below the goal line for Marner again. Run into by Stankoven. Gostisbehere lost an edge. Bottom of the far circle, Marner. Up high, Theodore loads it up. A shot along the ice kicked out by the right pad. A Bussey. Hurricanes scramble it out. Theodore at the far red line. He'll lift it back in, cross corner. Nikishin gets to it. Up the wall past Carlson. Taken by Stankoven in full flight. Over the line, a drop to the right circle. Played back to the point. Keandre Miller feeds the right circle. On the circle, a shot towards the net. Misses the net and goes out of play off the shot by Gostisbehere. Just about 15 minutes gone in the overtime. How important the next goal is. The next goal determines who leads the series 2-1, but it feels like it determines somehow even more than that. Face-off far circle to the left of Carter Hart. Clean win of the draw for Tomas Hertl. Vegas looks to alleviate pressure up the near wall. Walker kept it alive from the goal line. Sent towards the net from a sharp angle. Robinson. Hart made the stop. Golden Knights clear. Puck wobbles all the way down and does make it for icing to the right of Bussey with 5 minutes and a second to go in the overtime. Robinson just throwing one towards the net from the goal line. You never know what may happen. Throw it to the net. Face off to the right of Hart. Hurricanes control. Walker steps down the left wall. Tried to shuffleboard it in deeper. It's rolled to the line by a Vegas stick. Robinson kept it alive. Jarvis from the right circle cuts in behind the net. Seth Jarvis taken to the corner boards by Jeremy Lauzon. Reversal in deep by Robinson to Jankowski. Shouldered off the puck by Rasmus Anderson. Golden Knights have it with their physical play. Lauzon skates it forward. Tosses for Hertl. Over the line on the right circle, Hertl drifts back. Tried to toss it to the line, it's turned over. Puck squeezed down the near wall. Sebastian Aho avoids Golden Knight defenders and a linesman. Gets to it, rolls it up the far wall. Golden Knights are there to clear out. Chatfield gets doubled by a couple of Golden Knights in front of the Vegas bench, and play has to stop because the door opened up to the Vegas bench and Chatfield fell through it. Chatfield, who has already left this game once tonight back in the first period, has to hobble back to the Carolina bench. Not only did he fall into the Vegas bench, but he got fallen on top of by Mark Stone. Awkward landing for sure, and Chatfield was grimacing, and he still is. It's been a tough night for Chatfield. It's been a tough night for everyone on the ice. It's been a very physical game. Hurricanes win the face-off in neutral. Svechnikov tried to steer it forward. Instead, it's the Golden Knights with it. Stone diagonal through center. Misses Eichel. And Carolina's got the puck from the far red line. It's flushed in. Around the boards, Theodore jousting with Svechnikov. Near corner to the right of Hart. Puck sent back up the wall. Stone tries to spin it out. He does. It's in the air. Off the glove hand of Barbashev. Controlled by Slavin. Jacob Slavin skates to the red line. Pitches it towards Martinuk. It's in deep. Golden Knights break out. Long stretch feed through center. Did not hit anything, and that is down for icing against Vegas. 3:37 left in the overtime. Ozone draw here for Carolina. It'll be to the left of Carter Hart. Stankoven will take this draw. He's got Jarvis to his left, so Jarvis mixed in on this line. That includes Ehlers and Stankoven. Carolina wins the face-off to the point sent D-to-D. This way, Gostisbehere to the front, tipped wide by Seth Jarvis. Eichel around the far wall, not out, held in at the line by Nikishin, who tried to twirl it in deep. He does. Right corner, sent back towards the blue line, and Jarvis could not seal the zone. It's out to center. Carolina to tag up. Gostisbehere sand wedges it in. High to the right of Carter Hart. Out of the corner, they battle away for it. 2 Knights and 3 Canes. Dug out to the near circle. Gostisbehere gliding back to the line. Hands it off. Ehlers wedged down the near wall. In the corner, a tussle there for it. Theodore running into a Hurricane, and it skips out to the bottom of the left circle away from Stankoven. Theodore throws it out. Might make it all the way to Bussey to negate icing. It does. Carolina starts again. Stretch through center. Near half wall, Jankowski threw it towards the net. It's off the right pad of Hart, but he was offside. That tip play by Jarvis, who was the overtime hero on Thursday, just tipped it wide. Face-off will come in neutral territory, near dot, towards the Vegas line. Face-off win for Jankowski in Carolina. Slavin rockets it in towards the far corner. Noah Hannafin waiting for it for Vegas. Slips it out to center, and Keegan Colasar's over the line of the left wing. Fronted by Slavin. Colasar puts it in back of the goal for Cole Smith. Huge crowd in the trapezoid. Blake up the far wall. Jankowski throws it forward out to center. Hannafin lost it. Here comes Carolina. Robinson, right circle to the line on his backhand. Shot turned out by Hart off his right pad, maybe off his skate. Puck free on the near wall. Players go tumbling to the ice as Vegas forces it out. Sean Walker's been on the ice for more than 30 minutes tonight. He's got the puck here through center for Carolina. He'll slam it in from the near red line. Hall reverses it back around. Martinook couldn't stop it. Walker at the line does. D-to-D this way. Miller picks it up off the wall. Walker straight away. Feeds left circle, Aho. Back up high, Miller. Miller stick handles at the line. Threads it for Walker. Straight away gives it for Hall, whose shot whistles wide. Rebound, Aho tried to help it back to Walker. He does. Sent high to low, Martinook in the trapezoid, surrounded by two. Sends it around to the right circle. Hall back in deep. Martinook in the trapezoid. Backhands it to Miller, left circle. Tried a shot that went off a stick. Karam below the goal line. Vegas is on it. Cleared all the way out, emphatically by Dowd, but it makes it for another icing. 1:21 left in the overtime, and all 5 of the Golden Knights that are on the ice right now have all been on for over 1:20, and they have to stay on because of the icing. Face-off will come near circle to the right of Carter Hart. Stahl on this face-off against Dowd. Near circle. Stahl so good on the face-offs this series. They dropped the puck and Stahl did drag it back, but they're going to do it again. They didn't like that drop of the puck, so they'll do it one more time. Stahl is anxious to get on with this. And the puck is dropped, and Dowd ended up winning it back, and the Golden Knights are able to clear. Stahl didn't like that puck drop. It's all the way down into the Carolina end. Keegan Colasar gets to it out of the near corner. Chatfield out of a pile, flips it up the wall. Svechnikov gets it out to center. Golden Knights have mostly been able to change in deep to the Vegas zone. Theodore gets tied up. Final minute of the overtime here. Puck free out of the near corner. William Karlsson digs it out and gets it to neutral territory. Carolina dumps it right back in. Inside the final 45 of overtime. Marner over the line, legs it forward. Karlsson in, a shot stopped by Bussey. Oh, and the rebound scrambled to the far wall by the Carolina defense. Here come the Hurricanes forward again. Miller from the near red line. Scraps it in deep. Hart whacks it around the wall. Stankoven couldn't stop it. Karlsson banked it on ahead. Barbashev got hit off the puck. Loose behind Bussey, near edge of the trapezoid. Hurricanes are away. Here comes Nikolai Ehlers, near red line. Played it up the middle, gets it back on a return. Ehlers to the front, looking for a tip, none available. Gets it back below the goal line. Out in front, Blake trying to settle a bouncing puck, he does. To the line, Goss to spare. Rink wide of the right circle. Sent back to Ehlers, who wasn't looking for it. And the horn sounds to end the overtime. We'll go even further tonight. A game this wild in a series that has been historically crazy. Now we'll have a double overtime game in Game 3. Catch your breath again. We'll be back. Off we go to a second overtime, the fourth time in these Stanley Cup playoffs. We've gone to multiple overtimes. The Hurricanes are 1-0 in a double overtime game against Ottawa in the first round. Vegas also in the first round against Utah won a double overtime game. It is the 24th time in history that a Stanley Cup Final game has gone to a second overtime. So we will see if it will come to an end in this period. Again, just a crazy game that has fallen in line with what has been a crazy start to this series. Matthew Owens back here with you. Vegas led 4-0 at the end of the second period. Then the Hurricanes scored 3 goals in 39 seconds just to get back into the game. Then a late equalizer from Andrei Svechnikov to force overtime. Now nothing for the last 20 minutes. And here we go again, ready to start period 5 of the night. And again, next goal determines who leads the series 2-1. No pressure. Plenty of chances for both teams in that first overtime period as well. So at dead center, it's Karlsson and Stahl. And Stahl wins the face-off. Fifth period of the night gets underway, and Chatfield from the near red line puts it on goal. Forced away by Hart, and then from the far half wall, a shot towards the net. And Hart has to hug his near post to stop that and get a whistle. 11 seconds into our fifth period of the night. Hart with a stop. They scored from that same half wall on a shot by Jordan Stahl. That was the third of those 3 straight goals in 39 seconds. Shots on goal for the game are now 33-32 Carolina. Stahl and Dowd on the faceoff. Far circle to the right of Carter Hart. Still we wait for the puck to be dropped as both players went in early. Now the puck goes down and Dowd wins it. Vegas tries to break out. They do, but this will be icing as it goes to the right of Bussey. Another O-zone draw coming up for Carolina. Just incredible scenes what we have witnessed tonight. And this series that you thought already had gone off the rails through the first 2 games, tonight has one-upped itself. To the right of Hart again, Stahl and Dowd. And Stahl wins this one back into the high slot, but Cole Smith got his stick to it and jabbed it out to center. Golden Knights shoot in all the way to Bussey from the red line. Gostisbehere gets it behind the net. He'll scrape it up the left-hand side. Puck is aerially flipped through center. No one could find it initially. Then Ehlers did over the line where it could be pitched in to the near corner to the left of Hart. McNabb moves it around. A turnover and a shot towards the net. Right off the turnover, just quickly touched wide of the net by Aho. Theodore launches it all the way out, banked all the way down to Bussey, swings it back out to center, lifted to the stick of Theodore, turned back to Hannafin. He squeezes it out to neutral territory. Marner flagged it down, got it to Howden. Howden's in, and Keandre Miller shoved him off the puck, came to the far half wall, sent towards the net, never made it there. Jackson Blake flexes it back out. William Karlsson for Vegas. Golden Knights will start ahead. Hannafin directed it for Marner up the left wing side. Karlsson down the wall into the corner. Threw it towards the goal crease. Flagged down by a Hurricane stick, cleared out. Jordan Martinook up the middle, a drop for Ehlers over the line. Nikolai Ehlers on the far half wall tries to turn it down. That's reversed back out to center by Vegas. Mitch Marner puts his head down. Up the middle and over the line. Backhanded towards the front. He finds Karlsson. Karlsson played it back to the line, and it splits the D-men. Comes all the way down to Hart. Pushed forward for Lausanne. From the near red line, he'll wire it in. Far corner and taken by Carolina's Mark Jankowski. Flopped out to center. Bouncing puck to Theodore at the other end of the ice. He accelerates it for Barbashev. Hacked that in front of the Vegas bench. It's sent rink wide behind Robinson. Turned over to Stone. Eichel skims it in to the right of Bussey, and he'll just snap his glove over it and get the whistle. Game 4 of this series, as long as we're not still playing this game, by the time we get to Tuesday night, will be Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time in Vegas, with one of these teams up 2-1. Ozone draw for the Golden Knights. It will be Eichel against Stahl. Near circle to the right of Brandon Bussey, the 27-year-old from Sound Beach, New York, that went 31-6-2 as a starter as a rookie this season. Puck is dropped. Stahl won it, but Stone might get back to it at the goal line. He does. Wrapped around the near boards, picked off by Jarvis. He loops it down ice, and it takes a bad bounce for Jarvis. It rolls on edge. Oh, but they wave off icing. That's a surprise. Theodore spinning below the goal line with Hall on the forecheck. Golden Knights will flop it out. Puck rolls in front of the Vegas bench. Carolina controls with Chatfield. Rolled softly ahead for Jarvis, who's over the line of the right wing. A drop for Hall. Backhands it in deep below the goal line, taken by Theodore. Wedge to the line. Walker intercepts. D-to-D to the far side. Long wrister doesn't make it through traffic. Jarvis winds it around the boards behind the net. Marner cuts it off. Tries to clear up the wall. Dorofeev helps it out. Keandre Miller gets back to it. Puts it to the far red line for Aho. Drop back for Miller. Safely and carefully guided along to Walker at the near red line. He'll shuffleboard it in. Hart shuts it down. Moves it to his left. Hannafin stretched out through center. Flicked in by Sissons to the right of Bussey. Comes to the side of the goal, and Bussey alertly and without hesitation just puts his glove hand over it. Gets another whistle. Three and a half minutes into the 5th period of the night. This will be to the right of Bussey. Near circle, Stankoven will take this face-off for Carolina. Vegas has Jack Eichel again. Eichel wins it with Stone and Marner on his wings. Eichel traces it down on the half wall and takes it in deep to the corner. Jack Eichel spinning, zigzagging and tossing it through the blue paint and out. To the far wall, it's backhanded back in deep. Once again, it's Marner in front. It's backhanded off of Bussey, who dives all the way out into the trapezoid to collapse on the puck and get a whistle. Well, there was some chaos, as Marner with a good pass out in front, and Eichel had his stick lifted by Martinuk. Crucial play by Martinuk to lift the stick of Eichel. It came all the way through. Stone ended up backhanding it off the left pad of Bussey, who probably at that point might not have known where it was, but once he found it behind him to his left in the trapezoid, he wasted no time diving to it. Face-off to Bussey's left. Eichel on another face-off, this time against Jankowski. Jankowski wins it, and Miller alley-oops it to center. Into the Vegas zone, Eric Robinson gets to it. Turned back to the line. Hurricanes couldn't hold it in. Vegas is on the puck. Mitch Marner skates through center diagonally to his left. He'll pitch it in. He'll try to race to it off the end wall. He and Keandre Miller battle for the puck near pie slice to Bussey's right. Eichel comes out of the pile with it. Tries to scale one to the line, but it comes out to center. Vegas back on the puck in neutral territory. And now turned over through center. Bouncing puck again. Hurricanes can't touch it or it would be offside. So instead taken by Coughlin. Angled out to Lausanne from the near red line. He'll flap it in. Far corner available. Kolasar couldn't handle it clean. Nikolai Ehlers sauces diagonally out to center. Jarvis had a tough time handling it, but he did. He shoots it in deep to the left of Carter Hart. Chatfield taken off the puck by Rasmus Anderson. Cole Smith lifts it into the Carolina zone. Kolasar goes after it in the trapezoid. He gets toppled over. Board battle has the puck squirt out to Gostisbehere. He throws it all the way down. This will definitely be icing on Carolina. 5 minutes gone in the overtime. Second overtime, that is. We have played 85 minutes tonight. Shots are even at 33. Goals are even at 4. Face off to Bussey's right. Carlson won it. Marner tried a shot that got rubbed out by Blake, who anxiously tried to clear. He couldn't. Gostisbehere couldn't poke it out. Golden Knights get it back in deep to the near corner. Carlson taken there by Gostisbehere to the wall. Puck back up the boards, and Blake gets it out. Not enough for icing this time. Theodore throws it back through center. Howden over the line, leaves it on the near wing. Carlson back in deep for Howden, who shrugged off Slavin. Howden in the trapezoid with the puck. Backhands it up high. McNabb D-to-D across. Theodore. They score! Out in front! It's steered home! And Vegas comes away with a marathon win in Game 3! After all of that, the Golden Knights secure the win and the series lead. They're up 2-1 in the Stanley Cup Final. Shea Theodore at the side of the goal. An original VGK wins it. A wacky, wild game. And the Golden Knights, after blowing a 4-goal lead, and this is another goal that goes off of a Carolina stick and behind their goaltender. This is off the end wall. Well, it's off the end wall and then off of Bussey's left skate and in. Might have gone off of Martinook's stick, but in the end it bounces off the end wall, off the left stick, or off the left skate rather, of Bussey, and in for the winner. And through all the ups and downs and roller coaster rides of this game, Vegas wins it in overtime 5-4 and leads the series 2-1 in a win that feels like more than just one game. Feels like a little bit more than just one win in the column. Shea Theodore shot it from the line. The tricky deflection off the end wall, then off of Bussey's left skate and in, gives Theodore the goal, the 6th of the playoffs for him. And Vegas in double overtime wins Game 3, leads the series 2-1. Game 4 on Tuesday night. Wow. A game that we will never, ever forget. And it more than likely was going to take a weird bounce of some fashion to win this one. And that's what Vegas got at the 5:38 mark of the second overtime. Theodore's shot off the back wall, off of Bussey's skate and in. A tough break for the rookie, Brandon Bussey. Rod Brindamore is left with a interesting decision to make in goal heading to Tuesday night. A devastating loss for Carolina, who fought from 4-0 down in the third period to tie the game in dramatic fashion. And we'll see how and if Carolina is able to pick themselves up off the mat for the Game 4 on Tuesday night. For everyone here, Matthew Owens signing off. Final score as you see in double overtime. Vegas 5, Carolina 4. The Golden Knights lead the Stanley Cup Final 2-1. What a wild night in Vegas. And the Golden Knights come out on